Okay, we are gonna get started here shortly. So we're starting this weekly show an hour earlier. I know there was a time change this past weekend, but I am going to try to do this episode of This Week in Tech an hour earlier, just to see if this time works better for viewers, because I noticed with my live streams, what tends to happen is at the time when I start, people will join, but then more people join at the very end. And then if I'm streaming on the weekend, like, because the stream tends to go later, it starts later and it goes later, there's a huge chunk of the stream where there's not a lot of viewers that are actively watching, and that's probably because it goes so late. So I am going to try to see if starting earlier by 1 hour works better for the viewers. So you guys let me know if this time works better or if it's worse. And if so, then I can go back to the original schedule, which starts an hour later. So normally we would start at 9 p.m. Eastern or 6 p.m. Pacific. So that covers like the continental US. And then depending on where you are in the world, you can do the time change there. And what we're going to do today is we're going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. So we'll see if this works better. I think this doesn't work better for people who are probably on the West Coast, but I think this might work a little bit better for people who are on the East Coast. So I'm trying to see what's the better choice, what's more flexible for the viewers. So that said, we're going to go ahead and get on started here. There's not a lot of news articles that I'm going to talk about. The main one that really stuck out to me is the AMD license canceled, but Intel manages to keep theirs for being able to sell to Chinese companies, which is kind of weird because right now there's a lot of geopolitical tensions between the US and China, the US government and the Chinese government, that is. And I know that these two tech companies supply, the leading edge, I guess bleeding edge in processor, at least serial processor or CPUs globally. So this is one that stuck out, so we're going to talk about it. The other big article that we are going to go over is the 14, as you guys probably saw from the thumbnail of the live stream, the 14900KS. So the 14900KS is out now. The reviews are out. We're going to talk about it. I watched a couple of reviews and it was kind of mixed. It's still a very niche product, and I don't think it's really worth getting for most consumers. Most people that are building a desktop PC, they're probably going to be better served with a standard K SKU or even an AMD SKU, and we will talk about that. Micro Center still has 5 left. Yeah, we are going to talk about the 14900KS because this one is they actually did stuff. Intel actually did different things this time that they didn't do with the 13900KS. So the 13900KS, as far as I was concerned, was a big waste of money, to be honest. But the 14900KS, they actually did stuff. We're going to talk about what they did differently and whether or not it's actually worth it. in terms of the price because it is much more expensive than the standard version, and it is also more power hungry than the standard version. So we'll talk about that later. But I think the first thing I want to talk about is this story here from WCCF Tech. AMD's license is canceled while Intel dodges U.S. regulations. Bullet will continue to supply chips to Huawei for now. So this article is a head scratcher. It doesn't make much sense why this ruling actually came out. So basically, the gist of it is, to summarize this article, Intel is allowed to continue selling their CPUs to Chinese tech companies, whereas AMD is banned from doing so by the US government. So kind of a strange ruling, but we'll see what happens. So just to kind of get into it, Intel has managed to secure itself another wave of U.S. regulations, it secured itself from another wave of U.S. regulations as the firm won't face trouble selling its CPUs, unlike AMD, to Chinese-sanctioned firms like Huawei. So Intel has managed to dodge a vast bullet coming their way that would have potentially led to losses of millions of dollars. But it seems like the problem is gone for now. Reuters reports that Intel won't face new prohibitions by the U.S. government to sell its CPUs to the Chinese firm Huawei, as previously the Trump administration granted the firm an exclusive, get this, in quotes, an exclusive license, which seems valid for now. Interestingly, this demand for a ban on Intel from selling its CPUs in China came from AMD. Well, obviously it's going to come from AMD because who else would try to stop them? Their competitor who is not allowed to sell. So it's like, the way I think of it, it's like, I think of it like two children, whereas the US government is their parent. And it's like the older kid is allowed to stay up late or something. The younger kid's not allowed to for some reason, even though they're probably only like 2 years difference in age. And the younger kid's probably complaining, like, why is my older brother or sister allowed to stay up later and I'm not? How is that fair? So that's kind of like what's going on here. AMD is complaining, which sees it as an unfair business practice, prioritizing one company over the other. Unlike Intel, AMD isn't allowed to sell its CPUs to giant Chinese tech companies, which forced the firm to call for unfairness. So going back to the analogy that I just used, AMD applied for a similar license under the Biden administration in 2021, but the firm hasn't received any response to their request. Now that right there is, I don't know, they applied for this in 2021. That was the Biden administration's first year, and they still haven't gotten a response. Something is a little bit weird there, which has led to substantial financial losses. Oh, as you could imagine. So that doesn't sound good. It is reported that after the firm, but the thing is, I think they applied for a license so they could sell to Chinese companies, but the Biden administration basically hasn't responded to them. So that's almost kind of like saying no, you can't, indirectly. But Intel managed to get their license because they got it in earlier, back when it was still the Trump administration. So when does that expire? That's what I'm curious to know. So it is reported that after the firm was barred from selling its chips to Huawei, a significant drop was seen in AMD's chips in Huawei notebooks, from 41% in 2020 to 9% in Q1 of last year. In parallel, however, Intel managed to gain a larger share in Huawei's notebooks, now reaching up to 90.7%. I wonder why that is, which shows how big of an impact AMD has witnessed with the unfair licensing terms. So yeah, that to me is kind of weird. Like, I don't understand how Intel's not banned, but it does try to explain some of that here. AMD says that the new U.S. policies have resulted in a gigantic $512 million loss, a massive value for them, as the loss only amounts to the CPU segment. While we were unaware of the reason behind Intel getting the advantage over AMD, it could okay, here's where they try to explain it. It could probably be because of how, in quotes, compliant Intel has been with the U.S. government in recent times, as the firm has been heavily involved in setting up semiconductor facilities in the country, along with being a primary beneficiary of the $52 billion CHIPS Act as well. So basically, what I'm taking away from this is if Intel decides to spin off their foundry, because Intel already kind of operates as two separate companies. They have their chip design division, and then they have their foundry division, which is the manufacturing side. So if Intel gets rid of... So the only reason why I can see why the government is treating this the way they are, because, from the onset, it sounds like it's completely unfair. However, if you think about it, Intel... So here's the thing. Intel's foundry division has been struggling for years. Anybody who is a tech enthusiast and is always looking to buy the latest and greatest CPU knows this. Intel has been on a far more inefficient node, not necessarily an inferior node compared to TSMC, but they are definitely not the premier in terms of foundry fabrication. So the thing is, the U.S. government, for some reason, I don't want to say that the U.S. government is ignorant to the fact that Intel is kind of like two separate companies. I'm sure they've done enough research into this, so they understand that Intel has a foundry division, and it is one of the few foundries that remain in the world. Obviously, TSMC is the industry leader, and then, of course, there's Samsung. But the thing is, Samsung, at its core, is a Korean company based out of South Korea, and TSMC is a Taiwanese-based company based out of Taiwan. So technically, yes, those companies are multinational companies, but look at where their manufacturing is done. Most of it's done in their home countries. So a lot of the revenue that comes in for the foundry business is outside the US. It's all offshore. Whereas Intel still does a lot of manufacturing, although I want to say that a lot of Intel's manufacturing is actually not done in the US. Yes, it does manufacture in the US, but it also manufactures in places like Israel. It manufactures in, I think it had one in Germany as well, if I'm not mistaken. I know Global Foundries has one in New York, and I think Germany, Dresden specifically, but I don't remember exactly where Intel is besides Israel in terms of their foundry. I know they're in Israel, and they're also in the US. I think Malaysia is where they do the packaging. So it's pretty much just as international as these other foundry companies. But because Intel is an American company at its core, in terms of its tax filing and that sort of stuff, its corporate tax, and the way it's traded on NASDAQ, it's a core U.S. company. It's one of the most, dare I say, one of the most important companies to U.S. national security. That's the way the U.S. government is looking at this. So because Intel has a foundry, the U.S. government feels like there is some sort of incentive to protect them, essentially. Whereas AMD sold off their foundry decades ago, spun it off, it became Global Foundry, or Global Foundries. So AMD is now nothing more than a chip designer company, whereas Intel is a chip designer company and a foundry. So I feel like the only reason why Intel's allowed to get away with this is because they have that foundry division. If Intel was only a chip design company, I feel like they would be banned just like AMD, so it would be no different. Although I could be wrong, that's my opinion in terms of how I understand. Oh, they also have one in Ireland? Oh, is that it? Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. So, it's because the government, the US government, for some reason, views Intel as one of the protected industries, I guess, in terms of the foundry technology. I'm talking about the foundry technology, not the chip design. Obviously, the chip design is very, very important, probably more important than the foundry, to be honest. But some might argue the opposite. Some might argue that the foundry is more important than the design because you've got a lot of chip design companies out there, but you only have literally like 3 foundry companies that you can choose from. So that actually matter. So maybe the foundry is actually more important. And that's probably why they're favoring Intel in this. Do I think this is fair? Not really, to be honest, because it's like the core IP is the chip design. So if we're talking about the product itself, I don't know. That to me it doesn't seem fair that AMD's not allowed to sell, but Intel is. And the thing is, if you're selling to a Chinese tech company and the U.S. government's thinking that, oh, that's like a security, what is the word? Not vulnerability, but like a potential hazard, I guess, to national security. However they want to frame that. I try to stay away from politics on geopolitical stuff like this. But there's definitely a geopolitical turn here. They view AMD, the way I take it from this, reading this, AMD, because they don't have a foundry, they're not as important to U.S. national security. They're heavily leveraging TSMC, just like NVIDIA, just like Apple and so many others. So I don't know, it's weird. I think this will expire at some point, and then Intel will be locked out. It says it is expected that Intel won't receive a license renewal this time, ultimately closing the debate. But the financial losses experienced by AMD are indeed unprogressive for the firm and could hurt them in the long run. Yeah, see, this is the unfortunate thing, because they want competition. The market should be fair, so if you're going to ban one but allow the other, especially since you're going to ban the smaller one and you're going to allow the larger one, to me, that's what's kind of weird. But I'm willing to bet if it was the other way around, if it was AMD was allowed to sell, Intel wasn't, I can assure you there'll probably be a big there'll be a lawsuit, Intel versus the U.S. government. I'm pretty sure there'd be a lawsuit, because AMD's probably not willing to care to take this to court, even though they're losing, like $512 million or something. But because the thing is, Intel's already the larger player. Intel's the bigger company. And think about it, that means they have more money. If the larger company is locked out and the smaller guy is allowed to sell, that's going to come across in the public's eye as something straight up like, what's going on here? Like, that doesn't seem fair, right? But the thing is, the flip side, it looks unfair. It looks actually even more unfair in this sense that the larger company is allowed to sell and the smaller one's not. But the thing is, the most of the public doesn't know who AMD is. So that's just kind of the way it is. AMD has less money to waste on lawyers for this. So I'm sure they probably weighed the pros and cons of trying to go to court over something like this. It's just bad news for them. But it is what it is. Doesn't seem to be a date when doesn't seem to be a date when they'll be allowed. No. Well, yeah. No. So they're still waiting for a response. So, see, AMD applied for this license in 2021, and they haven't gotten a response. That's ridiculous, though. They applied in 2021, and they haven't heard back. So I think there's more to it than this. I think this is not the full story. How can you apply literally in 2021? That's 3 years ago? Almost 4 years ago at this point. And yeah. So I don't know. Something's weird. I don't know what the stall is, but anyway, Intel could end up in the same boat. In fact, I don't know why. So here's the thing. Like, the last thing I'll say about this, and then we'll move on, is why would the U.S. government allow Intel to sell the chips to tech companies in China if they're afraid that Chinese companies, also on the accusation of Chinese companies stealing U.S. companies-based intellectual property. Why would they allow that? And then also the same on the flip side, why would Intel even care? That just shows that either Intel's greedy and they're like, okay, we'll just keep selling to these guys. Who cares if they copy our designs? Yeah, and then improve them, and then build them off of TSMC's node or whatever. So, like, okay, now let me talk hypothetical. This is all what I'm about to say is all hypothetical. So, imagine if Intel keeps selling this stuff to Huawei. Huawei reverse engineers all of Intel's designs because we've already seen Chinese CPUs that literally use the Intel IHS. It's like a blatant copy of the Intel IHS. So we've already seen these white label CPUs that use an Intel IHS, but they're not Intel CPUs. So imagine if Huawei is reverse engineering and building their own Intel CPUs. Then now imagine if China invades Taiwan, takes over TSMC, claims it as theirs, and then starts trying to control what companies have what amount of capacity on the nodes, and if they favor Chinese startup companies to get more capacity out of the TSMC foundry, and they have less and less capacity available for other international companies like Apple, Nvidia, AMD, for instance. If that happens, Nvidia and AMD stock will crash. Like, Nvidia and AMD stock, both of them are currently at all-time highs. If China invades Taiwan, takes over TSMC, they basically confiscate the island with their military, and they take control of TSMC, and they reallocate the foundry to favor Chinese tech companies to get most of, like, imagine if China did like 70% capacity goes to Chinese companies like Huawei for chip manufacturing. The remaining 30% gets divided among everybody else. So that includes Apple, Nvidia, AMD, everybody else basically. Yeah, the US company stock will crash if that happens. Like instantly, because we're talking like 1 year lead times for Nvidia's Grace Hopper will become like 3 year lead times. That will just push people to go to other vendors. And then like I can see a bunch of Chinese startup companies copying Nvidia's designs and then just releasing Nvidia-based GPUs, but it's not Nvidia made anymore. You know, like if something like that happens, well, you know, that's it. That's the end of that. The least they could do is fix the bending. The what? Oh, you mean the IHS? Oh yeah, 70% to China would absolutely destroy the market. Yeah, if this happens before Arizona gets up to capacity, everything will crash. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, I mean, like this is all hypothetical, but the thing is, obviously, Intel's trying to get all their sales in before the end. I guess I don't know. Like, it's almost like okay, they're just gonna keep selling because they just care about the money. Like, who cares if they steal our designs? Let's just keep selling to them anyway while we can. You know, that's kind of the attitude. That's the approach. Let's sell those Raptor Lake CPUs while we can. So, I mean, they're probably not even Rocket Lake or Raptor Lake. They're probably older stuff, to be honest. Because if they're going like Huawei routers or like network equipment, mostly what that is. Maybe servers. Okay, if it's servers, then yeah, it's the latest stuff. But if it's like routers and switches and those type of devices, because a lot of those things do use Intel CPUs, then they're probably older Intel CPUs, like much older, like Skylake or even Broadwell. So, really weird story though. Like, I can't believe AMD applied for the same license back in 2021 and still hasn't heard a response. Because Intel put the license in like 1 or 2 years before, and they got an answer. So I don't know. That's bizarre. I think it has to do with the foundries, though. All right. So moving on to the next story here. So now we're going to talk about the Intel Core i9 14900KS. Techpowerup is calling this the swan song for the monolithic CPU, because this may be the last high-performing monolithic design from Intel for a very long time. Intel is going to, from this point on, all of Intel's designs, both desktop and mobile, will be chiplet-based designs just like AMD. So this is it, guys. The 14900KS is the last of its kind. It is the end of an era. This CPU will go down in history as the last of its kind, literally. So that's why it is kind of a big deal compared to all the other Intel CPUs over the last 3 years. You looked at 14900KS on TechPowerup. It was just awful for gaming. Yeah, let's get into it here. So this is the most interesting KS processor ever made. There has never been a more interesting KS processor. All the other ones are so boring and such a waste of money that's why I never really bothered to cover them, because they were just not worth talking about. So now let's talk about this one. The one that is actually, this one actually does something different. It is not like a 14900K, whereas the 13900KS is literally the same as a 13900K. So now let's talk about what's actually different. What's exclusive to the 14900KS that the 14900K doesn't have is the presence of an extreme power delivery profile. This is it. This ensures a 320 watt power limit 1 and power limit 2 value with an ICC max current as high as 400 amps. This is very different from the 13900KS. 13900KS did not have any of this. While many motherboards support the KS with a UEFI firmware update, not all of them. Okay, so it's going to be motherboard specific, but any high-end motherboard, Z790 board, should support the extreme power delivery profile. So you really should be careful based on choosing the motherboard. Anyway, I guess they try to give you a hint, like, if you want to try to eyeball whether a motherboard can support it or not, look for one that has two 8-pin EPS power connectors, and it has to be Z790. There's no Z690 that they'll probably enable this feature on, so via firmware update. So if you want to benefit from extreme power profile or extreme power delivery, you have to have the chip, the KS chip, and you have to have a motherboard that actually enables it in the BIOS. So the Core i9 14900KS is a beast when it comes to its stock speeds. Its 8 performance cores come with a base frequency of 3.2, just like the 14900K, but they boost all the way to 6.2 gigahertz for 2 of the best P cores. This is a 200 megahertz increase over the 14900K. The turbo boost. So this is definitely different. So not that different, but it is different. But the only way it's able to pull this off is due to very, very high temperatures and very high power consumption. And when I say very high power consumption, I'm talking about world record breaking power consumption for a out-of-the-box desktop part that all you got to do is turn it on in the BIOS, and it sets the base power limit to 150 watts at like PL1. So this thing has a base TDP of 150 watts versus 125 watts of the 14900K. So that's another thing that's different. And the other thing, there's something even more different. For the 16 E-cores, all of them boost to 4.5 gigahertz. So they're 100 megahertz faster than the E-cores on the 14900K. It's the hottest CPU I've ever known. Yes, and we're going to get into that because this thing runs really hot. The cooler is going to be really, really loud. We're talking like hearing loss inducing levels of noise on a massive 420 millimeter radiator with like 3200 RPM fans going full blast, barely managing to handle 118 Celsius. So, and it's close to 500 watts. 500 watts. 500 watts. So, like, to put things into perspective, this CPU by itself uses more electricity than my entire gaming PC does under max load. My entire gaming PC with a 7950X3D and an RTX 4090 uses less power than a single 14900KS. So let's get into it. And also it's a lot more expensive than the standard one too. Like they're saying its price is $690. That's the box price. The real price is like $720 to $750. So let's look at the architecture. So what do they do different here? Now this is true for not only the KS but all the other ones. So it's still Intel 7. So this is Intel 7 plus. Yes, it's Intel 7 plus. This is plus. I was going to say plus, but it's plus. This is the last Intel 7. Oh, there's another thing they did different. There's another thing that this does that the standard 4900K and all the older Raptor Lakes don't do. And that is it features the thermal velocity boost feature, which rewards good CPU cooling with the highest boost frequencies of 6.2 gigahertz. So basically, if you have really good cooling, and I'm talking like extreme custom loop, hard tubing or soft tubing liquid cooling, 420 millimeter minimum in terms of the radiator, you're probably the best candidate for something like this if you have that type of cooler. If you don't, like with me, if I had this, you guys know what I would use to cool this? I would use an ancient Noctua NHD 14 air cooler, not a NHD, not a 15, a 14. Yes, I would use a Noctua NHD 14 to cool the CPU, and it would not handle it. So that is the reason why this, to me, is a big skip. However, those of you out there that have like massive radiators and custom loops and can do all that stuff and are possibly willing to file it down, like sand down the IHS, you guys will probably get the best world records with something like this because this is the best silicon. Intel, unlike AMD, Intel's silicon is very hit or miss, meaning the variance between a dud and a golden sample is way wider than with AMD. With AMD, the difference between a golden sample and a dud, the variance is much smaller. So that's the reason why they don't do these weird special edition things because, like the probability that you get a golden sample on AMD is probably like 1 out of 6 or 1 out of 7, depending on how mature the node is at the time. Whereas with Intel, the probability that you get a golden sample like a KS, for instance, but it's not branded as KS, is like 1 out of 24 or something. It's like much harder to get a KS without paying KS money on an Intel. So here is the architecture. So we can see here these green rectangles are the P cores. These blue sections here are the E cores. We can actually count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then you double it, so you have 16 E cores. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 P cores. And then on the right-hand side in pink over here, you have the XE graphics. So the integrated graphics are to the right of the E cores, and then on the left we have the I/O, so that's all your PCI Express interface, your USB, all that stuff. Now, Intel doesn't really have a lot of USB on the chip itself or directly wired to the CPU, so the DMI 3.0 or 4.0 interface to the chipset is what would be on this left-hand side here, and then of course the connections to the DDR5. Now in the middle, What you guys don't really see here, in the middle is something called the ring bus. So that's the ring bus in the middle. That's the interconnect. The left-hand side also is the uncore. So I think that there's a... Yeah, so let's check. Okay, see, I was right. So the middle is the ring bus, and that's also your L3 cache. Your uncore's on the left. Your iGPU's on the right. And yeah, so basically what I just said is what this diagram shows. So that's the architecture. But at the point, like, the reason why this is significant is because this is the last of its kind. This CPU is kind of a watermark, a landmark. Well, no, I guess it's a watermark of the industry because the 14900KS is the very last monolithic CPU that we're going to get from Intel for a long time. So because they're going all in on chiplets just like AMD going forward. So about 4 E-cores to a P-core. Yeah, it's probably like 3. I would say like 3 E-cores is 1 P-core. Or a lot of people say 2.5. But yeah, you can think of it that way. 4 E-cores is a little bit larger than a P-core though, as you can see in the diagram. Just run a nice quiet chiller. Oh yeah, I guess if you have a chiller like RK, then this, you could probably handle this, no problem. But someone like me with a Noctua cooler, no thanks. The chipset is the same, obviously. Z790 and Z690 both support this CPU. Although only the Z790 expensive boards, only the expensive Z790 boards, probably the flagship of each brand, would have the, like, without having to do too much research, if you assume a high-end flagship board from all of the motherboard manufacturers and it's a Z790, most likely with a BIOS update, it will have that extreme profile. So unboxing. So it's basically the same unboxing experience as the 14900K and the 13900K. They both use this. Technically, the 12900K also used this this wafer-looking thing. I will say I do like the packaging. It is very wasteful. I do like it though. I mean, I still have the packaging here. You guys can see. I like that little golden, or not golden. It was golden on Alder Lake. But then with Raptor and Raptor Plus, they went and did the silver one. I want to see AMD do packaging kind of like this with Zen 5, hopefully, like for the flagship one. Because this type of packaging is basically Intel copying what AMD did for Threadripper. Like in the first 2 generations of Threadripper, the packaging was very fancy like this. But yeah, so I kind of want to see AMD do something like that. The box was boring. Yeah, the box for that was basically this. It's like, well, it's not boring. It's just like, it's a magnetic thing. But it didn't have like a wafer inside of it. Oh, the tin can? Yeah, that would be cool. If AMD did the tin can again, like they did with the FX8350. I still have my FX8350 tin can. You want to pay extra for the packaging? Well, you know what's funny though? Intel, so Intel's selling the 12900K, like when they first launched 12900K, up until the point where Raptor Lake came out, when they discounted the 12900K still had the golden one of these things. They were not charging for the packaging at that point because you were paying for the discounted rate. But you were buying previous generation hardware though. So here, let's just jump right into the synthetic. So the memory's not that different. SuperPi, it's the fastest one. Y Cruncher, it's the fastest Intel CPU. It does lose, you know. Chess, it's the fastest. Surprisingly, it is the first CPU for Stockfish to actually go above 60 M nodes. Like, the 7950X got really close, like 59.5. Technically, you could round that up to 60. Even the previous 14900K, it's slower than the 7950X in this benchmark, but only the 13900KS, with its massive, massive power consumption, world record breaking power consumption, can break 61 M nodes in chess. Decent improvement in Stockfish. Yeah, well, yeah, technically, yeah. I mean, because we're talking like, we're talking the difference between beating or losing to the 7950X. So, because the 1400K loses, but the 1400KS, apparently that one wins. So, I guess Intel can say, hey, we took first place in Stockfish. Requiring like 115 watt TDP thermal junction limits. Million nodes per second. Man, look at the 5800X3D. 5800X3D. This application does scale with cores, though, as you guys can see. Like, as you go up in thread. Because, look, even the 5950X. The 5950X beats the 13700K and the 12900K in Stockfish. So this shows that this application scores or scales with threads. Like, it scales a lot with threads. All right, let's look at rendering. Cinebench. Okay, here we go. This is what a lot of people are probably going to want to pay attention to before we go to all the negative things about the CPU. So 41,000. This thing scores 41,000 in Cinebench. Now, the weird thing about this, though, I do want to point out, some people don't really agree with the way techpowerup did the test, because when they configured this, they actually went into the BIOS and they raised the thermal throttling limit all the way to 115 degrees Celsius. That is actually not the stock. The stock should be 100 or 105. If I'm not mistaken, I think on Intel it's like 105. So they raised it by like 10 degrees. So in a way, some people might, depending on how strict you are in terms of reviewing hardware, you might consider that cheating, because they didn't do any of that for any of the other CPUs. They only did it for this one. And Wizard's justification for doing that was because he didn't want the CPU to instantly thermal throttle as soon as he started running the benchmark, because as soon as he would click run, it would literally thermal throttle. So he had to raise the thermal throttle temperature as high as possible in order to try to see what it's really capable of. Although I don't really know, man. Like, raising temperature limits to me is something that I wouldn't do. Like, if I was reviewing this thing, I would not be raising the temperature limits, because that's kind of unfair. If I was going to do that, I'd have to raise it for like all of the CPUs. So because of that, I don't know if this is the real score, because 41,000 seems really, really good in Cinebench R23. Like, that's really good. That's the only way you can normally get over 40,000 is with like crazy, like on Ryzen you can do it, but you have to do all kinds of stuff with the curve optimizer in terms of like trying to tune the negative offset, try to squeeze as much of the score out per clock frequency. So, and then with Intel you can do it as well, but you know, like, you have to have insane cooling, or you have to delid the Intel in order to get it to do that. So it's, yeah, 41,000 though, that's a very good score. That is the chart topping score compared to the 13900K. I wish they would have included the 13900KS in these charts, because I feel like, I mean, I would want to see that CPU on here just to see the difference. But I guess you can kind of think of the 14900K as the 13900KS in terms of the score. So, I mean, the 750X, though, is doing very good, and it is not using anywhere close to the amount of power, as we'll see later. But what has surprised me is how much single thread uplift Intel has managed to squeeze out of this node. Because if you look at the 12900K, the 12900K was the first of the Intel 7 CPUs. And that one does 2028 single thread. Then the 13900K improved by quite a bit to 2261. Then the 14900K, 2339. And then now they're over 2400. So Intel has managed to squeeze out as much performance off of this node and this architecture because Raptor cores are essentially, they're more refined Golden Cove is what they are, but it's still the same node. So the fact that they've been able to continuously push the single thread up without changing nodes, without changing the architecture, by literally just blasting power limits through the roof, they've been able to eke out single thread performance in a consistent manner. So that is pretty impressive. Because considering the sort of constraints that they're working within, you have to admit that is pretty impressive. Like, throw caution to the wind, throw efficiency out the door, run it as high as we can in terms of the power and the heat and the noise, and these are the results. So, pretty impressive. Blender, finally, in Blender, it took Intel, what? 3 attempts. It took Intel 3 attempts to surpass the 7950X in Blender. First, they tried with the 13900K, and they failed. Then they tried with the 14900K, and they got really close, but they were still 1 second slower. Now, they're like sub 1 minute. For whatever this render test is that techpowerup is using, finally, Intel has managed to pull ahead of the 7950X in Blender. So that is, considering it's the same node, considering it's the same stuff over and over again, try again. They finally managed to get something that's sub 1 minute. So that's interesting to see. Corona render, same deal. They finally managed to go ahead of the 7950X. You would have preferred a different node with less power, personally. At what power draw? Yeah, Shadow. We're gonna get to the power consumption. We're gonna talk probably extensively about the power consumption because if people who are thinking, oh, this is really good, it's faster than AMD finally in rendering. Well, there's an asterisk there. Let me just point out that there's a reason why it is the way it is. They had to do something to make it win. They had to do something very specific to make it win. Okay, key shot. Again, another one. Man, okay, wow. 7950X is chart topping in all of these until this KS thing showed up. That's hilarious. When you guys consider when this thing came out, keep in mind, guys, 7950X launched in September of 2022. We're talking about a processor that is, what, a year and a half old at this point? It has been the chart topper for a year and a half. There were 2 CPUs that have launched since the 7950X. Because you guys remember, 13900K launched a month after the 79. Oh, I'm out of focus. I don't know what caused me to go out of focus, but anyway. So 7950X was September 22. 13900K was October 22. And then 14900K was, I think, November of last year. I think it was like November last year or something like that. Still couldn't do it. Although it was really close, 0.1, so technically it's a tie. It's within margin of error, but then now it's like 1 second faster. So, in all honesty, the reality is, with the way these benchmark results are, even including from here, from the 7950X3D all the way to the 14900KS, with all these CPUs being within 3 seconds of each other, in the real world, you'll never notice the difference. So that's the reason why when we start talking about efficiency, that's where this this rosy picture starts falling apart. Okay, so it was basically, yeah, so it was a year after the 13900K. All right, V-Ray, it still loses. In fact, even the X3D, which has a much lower power limit than the standard 7950X, wins in that one. But it is very similar, though. So the thing is, all of these are like above 25,000. You're really not going to notice the difference in V-Ray. If they're between 25K to 30K in the score, you're really not going to notice the difference. So then it comes down to things like efficiency. Software game development. All right, UE5. Again, these are so close that you won't really be able to tell the difference. But it is the chart topper for this one benchmark for compiling. C++ compile, it's the fastest one. That didn't really move the needle too much. We're talking like less than 1 second difference between the 14900K. But keep in mind, you're paying like more than $200 more in terms of the difference in price between the standard 14900K and the 14900KS. Web browser, Jetstream 2. I don't really know what any of these benchmarks are. Like Jetstream 2, I've heard of it, but I don't really know like what this benchmark does. I'm guessing it's like a JavaScript compiler or something. So Intel historically has always been good at compiling Java. They just are. I mean, you can see like even the i7, which has less threads than the 7950X, is slightly faster there. So, but again, like if we're looking at 1400K to 1400KS, it is impressive seeing this score. I mean, that's pulling ahead at a cost. Speedometer 2, I don't know what this is. Oh, this is it looks like it's a bunch of JSON files or something. Web expert. This is one that Intel does very good in. Like this one just straight up favors Intel, because even the 12900K, which sometimes ends up hanging back with the old 5950X, I mean even that one is ahead. So, but it looks like there's a break point where the 14th gen for some reason does a lot better than all the older Intel CPUs that are on the exact same node. So I don't really know what changed there. Most of these benchmarks are a waste of time for TechPwerup to do. Yeah, so machine learning. Here's the thing. Machine learning. This is an interesting one. I don't know. When they say machine learning, okay, he used Topaz Gigapixel. This is image upscaling. Okay, image upscaling, AMD is way better. So this one definitely favors AMD. And specifically, this one favors AMD plus DDR5. Because if you look at like Zen 3, the 5950X is way back here with the 12900K and the 14600K and all this stuff. So it's way back there, but it is a DDR4 platform, whereas all these other ones, I'm assuming all these Intel results are DDR5. I would hope that all these tests are DDR5, including the 12900K. I didn't look at his test setup, so I don't know if that's a true statement, but I would assume it's DDR5. But you guys can see AMD is really, really good at image upscaling using AI. Even the 8-core 7800, the 7800X3D and the 7700X are beating a 32-thread Intel CPU. I'm wondering if it's using... Oh, you know what, Shadow? You might have a point. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It could be due to AVX512. Possibly. Because if you look at the difference between the 5950X, the 5950X is 49 seconds versus like half a minute, 31 seconds, for a CPU that has literally half the threads and cores. So, it could be... Seems all are DDR5 for the... Yeah, it's probably AVX512, guys. Because... Here, what is... Let me go to the test setup. What does he say here? Okay, test setup. DDR5 6000. Okay, so he's not testing at stock speeds. So see here, this is the thing. Like, this is fine. I mean, this is whatever. Like, this is the thing about me. Like, if I was gonna review, I would adhere to the spec. So like, if I was testing AMD, I would test AMD at DDR5 5200, and I would test Intel at DDR5 5600, because that's the spec. But in my case, it would be AMD 5200 Gear 1 versus Intel 5600 Gear 2. And that's because AMD can do Gear 1 all the way up to 6000 typically, and Intel doesn't allow you to do Gear 1. So Intel would just automatically be Gear 2, and I would test at 5600 because that is the official max supported speed that Intel guarantees. Likewise with AMD, 5200 Gear 1 is the maximum supported speed that AMD supports. Like, that's the official spec. So if I was reviewing this, I would not test. I mean, this is fine. I'm not arguing with the way that with the way techpowerup did the test. Now, if they did like 7200 on Intel versus like 6000 on AMD, that I don't agree with, because now you're introducing variants in IMC. Now you're introducing variants in like Gear 1 at a higher speed, or Gear 1 at a max speed versus Gear 2 at a like higher frequency speed. So that I don't agree with. So to me, if you're going to benchmark for review, you either use the manufacturer specifications, which would be in this case 5600 for Intel and 5200 for AMD. A lot of the European reviewers, like Computer Base, Igor, those guys, they all test that way. And I think Der Bauer also tests that way in the actual initial reviews. So, because you're looking at the architecture and going by manufacturer spec. So this technically is a test that's running out of spec, but as long as it's the same for both, that's okay. If you're going to run your test outside of the manufacturer specifications, you have to be consistent. You have to make them both run the same speed. So it's 6000 for both, and it looks like all of it's DDR5. Although he does show results from an old AMD 5950X. So, and that we know is DDR4. I'm going to assume that the test for the 5950X was done on either 3200 or 3600. Oh, actually, hold on. Here, okay, here it is. Here it is. So the 5950X was done at 3600. 3600 DDR4 is the equivalent of 6000 DDR5, just for those that are wondering. So this is equivalent. And then 6000 for Ryzen, 6000 for, okay, that's 3600 for the Rocket Lake, but he doesn't show that. And then, yeah, these are the older ones. So, okay. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'm gonna say this is because of either AVX 512 or it's because of DDR5 and the fact that AMD is really, really good at like security, like cryptography and not what is it? What was I gonna say? Oh, like decompression. AMD's really good at compression and decompression, especially decompression of files, but they're also really good at cryptography, like a lot better than Intel in all of those metrics. And so maybe that might have something to do with this. Their application should use VNNI, which is called AVX2 VNNI. Intel disabled 512. The small Gracemont cores don't have them and only support AVX2. Okay. Okay, so Zen 4, given its double pumped 256, and will also probably be slower on E-cores than the Golden Core. Okay, interesting. Okay. So it's because of big core, little core. But then why does Okay, yeah, because the 5950X is just going to do AVX2 instructions. So it does use AVX 512 though, right? So, oh, okay. Okay. So Zen 4 is able to do it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well that's interesting. So here's classifying images. So this is basically labeling. These are tagging images for the learning model to crunch through, and it's just as fast as. So this one right here, classifying images using AI and ML. Literally, to me, it looks like it scales linearly with the thread count. Like this looks like it scales with thread count because all of these CPUs that are at the top of the list, all of these are 32 thread processors. The 7950X, the 14900KS, the X3D, the 900K, the other 900K, all of these CPUs are 32 thread processors. And then as you go down the stack, you start seeing like 20 thread, 24 thread. It just goes down from there, and that's the reason why I'm thinking it scores very linearly. But what's interesting here is the old Zen 3 is significantly slower despite being 32 thread. So something's going on with that. So to me, could this be the difference between DDR5 and DDR4? Is that like a bandwidth thing? For tagging? That's gotta be. Oh, AVX, really? Okay. So it's all AVX based. Interesting. Wow. TensorFlow. Okay, here is where the 1400K and the KS do better than the older Intel i9 and the AMD Ryzen 9s. So yeah, they're pretty good at TensorFlow. So Google's Python-based stuff, these are pretty good at crunching through them. Physics simulation. This one seems to like Intel's Raptor Lake because all the older stuff, except for the Intel i5, that's like the one exception, but all the older, like Zen 4 and the Golden Cove Intel, which would be 12th gen, all those guys, they seem to be in the same ballpark, whereas the Raptor Lake stuff, Raptor Cove seems to be doing better here in the physics simulation. Chemistry simulation. This one, again, seems like it scales with... This one looks like not only does it scale with thread count, it also scales with frequency. And power limit. Medical science. I don't even know what this is. So this is like gene. Oh, this is the DNA sequencing. Okay. So this is DNA. Wouldn't a lot of this stuff be accelerated by the GPU though? Like, I mean, this is all interesting, but I feel like for a lot of this stuff, like professionals would be using GPUs to do this, not CPUs. But it is interesting because it does kind of show you the multi-thread capability. Microsoft Office. So this is I don't really like the way techpowerup does these benchmarks. I don't know what they use for this, but from what I've seen is the more like Monte Carlo simulations, the more pivot tables in Excel you have. Like Word, this doesn't really matter, but like Excel, for instance, in this result, it shows Excel is, I mean, the Intel CPU is doing good in Excel, but that's not what I have seen with others. Like I've seen a lot of other business professional use cases where there's Excel spreadsheets with lots of pivot tables, and in those scenarios, Ryzen actually seems to do better than Intel. So I don't really know how this is measured. I don't know what is actually used to generate these points, unless there's some built-in benchmark in Microsoft Office that I'm not aware of. But I don't really think, like, I feel like any modern processor, anything that scores above 4,000 in Microsoft Office is good enough, and you'll never really notice the difference if unless it's like scoring less than 4,000, and all of these are way above 5,000. So image editing, Photoshop. This is bizarre. I mean, this one, okay, like an 8-core, 16-thread, non-X3D is the chart topper here. I don't know if, like, does this even matter? Like, Photoshop, this is weird. This one also doesn't really make much sense because you're going to be using the GPU for a lot of this stuff anyway. So just kind of ignore these. Antivirus scan. Again, I don't know what are they doing to measure this. Okay, they're measuring how long it takes to scan all files of a 30 gigabyte game. So that's what this is. So they're probably scanning an old game like what's 30 gigabytes? Like today everything seems like it's 100 gigabytes or more. 30 gigabyte, a 30 gigabyte game? What is that, like The Witcher 2? Like, what's 30 gigabytes? Like, this is hilarious. But anyway, antivirus, the Ryzen CPUs are really good at AVAST. All the Zen 4, except for the, strangely enough, only the 7800X3D is down here by itself. All the other AMD CPUs are faster than the 13 or the 14900KS. So yeah, this is weird. PCB designer, like this is all so close. Like all the 16 thread CPUs are so close to each other, you will never notice the difference. Text recognition. Apparently the 750X is still faster. Okay, server and workstation, Oracle VirtualBox. X3D does really good for some reason. It's still faster than the KS by like 0.03 seconds. So MySQL, all the Intel 32 threads are faster. They scale, wait, they're all scaling the same? Yeah, they're all scaling the same. All right, and then, yeah, MongoDB. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff is kind of like, if you use this stuff, then it's interesting. All the Intel i9s are, except for the 12th gen, are 50 seconds, 51 seconds. So 10 seconds faster than the AMD ones. JavaScript, so that is significant, actually. MongoDB. Java, compiling Java. It looks like Java to me. This looks like it scales with cache and frequency. Web hosting. Yeah, okay, let's just skip. Okay, compression. WinRAR is notorious for being single-threaded, so the one with the best single thread will win, and that apparently is the 14900K, not the KS. The 7-zip. 7-zip is very multi-thread, and this is the one that I actually use to decompress files, or compress files. And apparently the X3D is the fastest for some reason. It's faster than the regular 750X. Decompressing, AMD, like I said earlier, AMD has always been really good at decompressing. They're very good at cryptography, and they're very good at like file compression related things. Like, here we go. AES, cryptography. So this is the encryption stuff. Again, it scales with thread count, but AMD CPUs are also very good at this. Like, case in point, the ancient 5950X is faster than all the i7s, including the 14700K. SHA-3, again, it's cryptography based, so AMD's always going to chart top and by massive margins. So, alright, let's look at PlayStation 3 emulation. This is the one that I don't understand, because this one, as far as I know, RPC uses AVX 512, And none of these Intel processors can do AVX512 unless this has support for that VNNI AVX2, and it can feed essentially like 2 of them or something. I don't know. I would expect AMD to be doing better here and Intel to being worse. So I'm not really sure why the emulation score is the way it is. I remember Rocket Lake was very good at this, because that was Intel's 11th gen, and that one did have AVX512, but I don't really know why these results are the way they are. I would expect, for instance, the 7950X, because this one does do AVX512, to be double what it is. So I don't know what the problem is with this thing. All right, and then the Switch emulator, I think this one also does AVX512, although I don't really know specifically on the Switch emulator if it does AVX512. But looking at these results, I would assume that it does, because Ryzen seems to do very good with the Switch emulator, as you guys can see here. So, media encoding, AV1. This is kind of irrelevant because you would use the GPU to do this anyway. But, okay, I take that back, because not everybody might have a GPU that has an AV1 encoder. So if you don't have an AV1 encoder... Chris Henderson just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if you're watching this live or if you are watching another YouTube video. But thanks for the sub. AV1 encoding. This is basically using the CPU to encode AV1. So, for instance, if someone doesn't have a Radeon 7000 series GPU or an NVIDIA RTX 40 series GPU, then you would have to use the CPU to do AV1 encoding, and these are the results. So the Intel CPUs, it looks like it scores with thread count, because it's a mix of thread count and clock speed, because the Intels clock higher at the expense of power consumption, and they have 32 threads. So that's why the results are a little bit better as you go up the stack here. Professionals actually use CPU encoding, not GPU encoding. That you aren't buying. You mean for AV1? Oh, yeah, but they wouldn't be using this though. They'd be using like an Epic server CPU. Media encoding. HEVC. So kind of the same. AV1 is the slowest one. I know AV1's the slowest one. H.264 is the fastest one. So it's basically the same results. It's just you shave off like 5 to 10 seconds depending on which one you're looking at. So let's look at game tests, but I'm going to skip to like real actual game tests. So 1440p, this one's a good mix in terms of showing the performance here. So at 1440p, if we hold the stock KS at 100%, the 7800X3D is still 1.4% faster. And the standard 14900K is less than 1% slower. So it really raises the question of whether or not this is actually worth buying, because first of all, as we'll see in one of the charts coming up, the power consumption is significantly higher than all the other processors, including all of Intel's other processors. But not only does it use way more electricity, it also costs significantly more than any of these other processors on this chart. So, time to look at 480p. Why do we need to look at 480p? I mean, we can. They go to 720p. 720p? Okay, well, yeah. At 720p, the gap between the X3D and the KS just widens. And in fact, now the X3, like the 32 thread X3D is now like 0.1 faster. So, but the thing is, I don't really like using this result because nobody really would ever do this. Like, no one's going to buy a 4090 and play games at 720p. So this is definitely an academic test. I would never waste, like if I was reviewing the processor, I'm never gonna waste my time benchmarking at 720p. Like that to me is a waste of time. But it does. I mean, it's educational, I guess. I mean, technically it's educational. It shows that the X3D stuff pulls further ahead as you go down in resolution. You'd like to see the 1080p instead of 720p? Let's look at the 1080p. 1080p didn't really change much from 720p, so it's like the X3D is 4% faster. .720p shows how much the 7800 X3D CPU limits the GPU. What? .720p. They show the results. Okay, so the average at 720p is 240 frames per second on the 7800 X3D versus 227 FPS on the 1400 KS and 224 FPS on the 7950 X3D. So, yeah, so basically from what I'm getting, don't buy a 1400 KS or don't buy a 7950 X3D for that matter, because they both severely bottleneck the 4090 at 720p. Like, that is a terrible CPU bottleneck. We're talking like, compared to the 7800 X3D, that's like 13, you're losing 13 frames per second by downgrading to a 14900 KS. So, for way more money and way more power consumption. You'd like to know the gaming power of the 14900 KS? Alright guys, now let's look at the stuff that Intel doesn't want you to see. Alright, now we're going to look at what Intel doesn't want the public to see. Here's where the dirty laundry starts showing up. Okay, single-threaded. Single-threaded doesn't really matter because this is not realistic. Multi-threaded, this does matter if you are doing something like rendering videos for YouTube, for example. Or you're live streaming and you're using the CPU to encode most of the video. So here we can see 374 watts is the stock configuration. And if you do unlimited power in the BIOS, you just set to unlimited power, 508 watts. Yeah, it looks like we're about at 508 watts. But if you manually overclock and set all the cores, all the P cores to run at 5.8 gigahertz, it's going to pull about 450 watts. So you can bring it down by like 50 watts by doing a manual overclock. It's still going to pull about 80 watts or so more than stock though. And it was already pulling about 90 watts more than the 14900K, which was pulling about 30 watts more than the 750X, which was pulling about 110 watts more than a 7950X 3D. So, yeah. You know what's funny? The 7800X 3D pulls the same, like 77 watts was the TDP of the Intel Core i5 3570K from back in the day, from like 2012. So, but it's like way faster than the Ivy Bridge. So that kind of shows the advances in technology. Like if you compare the old Intel 3rd gen, basically if you take Intel CPU that competed against AMD's FX 8350, like Intel CPU pulled 77 watts, whereas AMD's I think was like 130 watts. Oh, how the times have changed in terms of power consumption. I mean, this makes the old FX 9590 look okay in terms of how much heat it's generating. So, okay, here's the game average. Out of 47 games that were tested, Oh no, never mind. This is not games. I take that back. This is applications. So applications, out of 47 applications, this includes the AI test, the file compression, decompression, media encoding, all that stuff. The 7800X3D pulls about 49 watts. The 7950X3D pulls about 79 watts. So that's like 30 watts more for that second CCD. The 14900KS pulls about 208 watts while averaging across 47 different application tests. So, I didn't know the 1400K was that low. I'm actually surprised that's 170. This is making the 14900K actually look a lot better. To be honest, I mean, it's making AMD stuff look amazing, but it's making Intel's normal CPUs look a lot better. So here we go. Gaming power consumption. This is it. This is the moment everyone's been waiting for. 13 test average for gaming power consumption. The 7800X3D pulls 49 watts on average. The 5800X3D pulls 52 watts. The 7950X3D pulls 56 watts. The non-X3D 8-core is 62 watts. And then it starts going up. Here comes the first Intel CPU. The 14600K i5 pulls 76 watts. And then we start getting into these other ones. 5950X, about 90 watts. 7950X is only 90 watts, 89 watts. Wow. 13900K, 143 watts. 14900K, 144 watts. So the gaming power consumption is more than double for a 14900KS versus a 7950X3D. 14600K is not awful. Yeah, but that's because it's missing 2 of the P cores and a bunch of the E cores. Like half the E cores. All right, here we go. This is it. There it is. 160 watts while gaming. 160 watts while gaming. So, see, here's the thing. Like, the only CPUs that I would really, like, honestly, if I'm comparing 14900KS, I'm not going to look at the 7800X3D. The 7800X3D, comparing a $350 CPU to a $720, $730, $750 CPU, and then looking at the power consumption, and the fact that the thread counts don't match, to me, I wouldn't even compare that. That's not even a fair comparison. First of all, it makes the Intel one look atrocious by comparison. I would be looking at the 7950X3D, or maybe the 7950X, or the standard 14900K. So 14900K is not that much better, but the AMD stuff is significantly better. You know, like we're talking what, like almost half for the non-X3D, and if we're looking at the X3D, it's like what is that? Like almost 1/3 the power. Especially if you're looking at the overclock. So, where was the the one that really got to me was this one though. Like that to me, I'm impressed that the node can handle, like the node, the socket, all of the above allows it to actually pull more power than an overclocked Threadripper. Actually, Threadripper can pull power like this, but we're talking like a 64-core Threadripper pulling power like this. So think about that. A 64, 128 thread, Zen 4 based workstation CPU. If you overclock it with Curve Optimizer, you can make it pull power close to this. But we're talking 128 threads versus 32 threads. It's like, let that sink in. You know, that kind of shows the scaling in terms of the power. efficiency. So, yeah, I think this is the chart that will go down in the history books. This is the one chart that everyone's going to remember as the watermark in the industry for the swan song of the monolithic CPU. 508 watts, unlimited power. 32 threads, big core, little core. This is how it ends. This is the very last one. Get them while they're there, because once they're gone, they're gone. So that's it. Oh, what I want to see is what is the what is this? Okay, single-threaded efficiency. Single-threaded efficiency. So technically, yeah, okay, this is interesting. Notice how the 14900KS in single thread, the single thread efficiency is actually better than AMD's dual CCD high thread count CPUs. But then it loses to all of the other Intel CPUs, and then all of Intel or all of AMD's single CCD parts. So this is the reason why, just looking at this chart right here, this is the reason why if someone's building a gaming machine, the 7800X3D is the best choice. This chart right here, plus the other, like this one right here, proves why the 7800X3 is the best choice. But if we're talking multi-thread, so here's where it gets more interesting. Here it is, guys, multi-thread efficiency. So if you're trying to build like a budget workstation, meaning you don't want to buy a Threadripper for a workstation or a Xeon or something, like the AMD Ryzen 9s end up being the best choice. These charts are actually really good to show, like, this is kind of your application performance. This is your gaming efficiency performance. So, yeah, I mean, this is why Intel's considering TSMC for part of their next generation CPU. And this is why they're going with TSMC for their GPUs. $2,600 PSUs incoming. Yeah, I know, right? Because if someone were to get a 14900KS, like if someone was going to run a 14900KS with a 4090, and they're going to overclock for like 4K gaming or whatever, like, can you imagine what, like, that's going to exceed, like, if someone buys an 850 watt power supply and they're going to run this thing with a 4090 and both of them are going to be overclocked, and this assumes they're on the proper cooling, like they have a full custom loop, 420 millimeter thick radiator, EK water block, whatever. If they're going to do all of that, they're going to need more than an 850 watt power supply for that. So, okay, power draw of the KS versus the 7. See, okay, this is actually what I consider the most relevant comparison. The other one being the KS versus the standard 7950X, and then I guess the other comparison, the final comparison, will be 14900K versus the KS. So if we look here, the blue bars are Intel's power consumption. The gray bars are AMD's power consumption. So you can see there isn't a single instance for the games where the 7950X3D touches 100 watts at all, meaning it's always below 100 watts. In fact, it oftentimes it's averaging around 50 watts, 50 to 60 watts. Looking at this, the Intel one, it depends on the game. Like Age of Empires 4, which this surprises me because AoE 4 it's an RTS, so I would think that would be more CPU heavy. I'm surprised that Intel pulls about, what is that, like 85 watts in AoE 4. That is very impressive. Borderlands 3, it's also using about the same amount of power, but that's an older game, and that's not a very CPU heavy game. But these other ones, Bannerlord, BF5, Cyberpunk, Doom, Elden Ring, Forza, Spider-Man. I'm surprised Forza is that heavy on power consumption. But like all of these games are using more than 150 watts on the 14900KS. In fact, some of them are touching 200 watts. Cyberpunk uses over 200 watts, and Spider-Man with RT is about 200 watts. If our lights start blinking all of a sudden, we know Intel managed to sell at least 5 of these. Yeah, and then, so here is a more trying to favor Intel more because you're comparing with a non-X3D AMD CPU, but it's still night and day. This Ryzen CPU does go over 100 watts for quite a few of these games. But, that's like saying the Intel CPU is touching 200 watts for quite a few of these games. The KS versus this. Okay, this one, I don't like this comparison. This one makes AMD look really, really good. But I hate this comparison because if someone was going to do this, like, why can't people compare, like, a 7950X3D to, like, an i7? You know what I mean? Like, if you're going to compare an i9 with a Ryzen 7... then that doesn't stop anyone from comparing a Ryzen 9 to an i7. So, because it works both ways. Like, this is like a $350 part at Micro Center. This is literally a $750 processor. I think this is like $720 at Micro Center right now. Really? $720 versus $350? And the results just make the Intel look abysmal in terms of efficiency for gaming. So I don't like this comparison. I mean, I guess if you're rooting for AMD, you do like this comparison because we're talking about power draw, but it just doesn't make any sense. I feel like someone who wants to build a gaming PC, they would just straight up go with this and don't look back. But if you're building a PC for like application stuff, but you also want to play games, that's where the i9 comes in, and that's the reason why I feel like this or this is the more relevant comparison. But in all these cases, AMD pretty much obliterates the 14900KS in energy, in power consumption. Okay, now let's look at Intel versus itself. Intel versus Intel. So here, surprisingly or not surprisingly, the KS doesn't really use that much more power than the standard one. Although when you see it as an average, it does look a lot worse for not offering that much more performance. And then here it is against 13900K. So again, it's really not that different. And then 12900K. 12900K was the last Intel CPU that tried to maintain a proper efficiency curve. And then after Alder Lake, they're like, no, let's go all out because we have to. It was because they had to compete with Zen 4. And in order to compete with Zen 4, you're not going to want to keep your power consumption like this because it's not going to be able to be competitive. It'll just lose. So, all right, temperatures. Low temperatures. Here we go. Yeah, so I don't like these tests that techpowerup did because they went into the BIOS right here. For the new Intel CPUs, we've increased the temperature limit in the BIOS from 100C to 115C to get a better feel for temperatures without thermal throttle. Well, see, the thing with doing this is this really fair? Because now you're moving the goalposts so that you don't know, like this to me is kind of invalidating a lot of these test results because the average person who's going to buy one of these is probably just going to throw it in their computer and they're not going to change these settings in the BIOS. They're just going to set XMP and that's all they're going to change. So who knows? Because of this change, these results, this could result in the benchmarks being slightly better or in some cases slightly worse. But yeah, I don't know. Imagine if they spackle some HBM on X3D in the future. Yeah. See, I don't know how relevant. I didn't even know 1200K got that hot though. 117, 118 degrees Celsius. I don't know. Like that to me, these results are kind of invalid because they did this. So I'm just gonna kind of we'll skip through here. Basically, if you're gonna be using one of these, you're gonna be on water anyway. They were testing with a Noctua D15, which is basically how I would test it. But if I was gonna test it, I would not do this. I'm not gonna change the junction temperature limit, the thermal throttle limit in the BIOS. To me, that's kind of whatever. But yeah, if I was going to run one of these, I'd be running it on a Noctua D15. Oh, some are the U14S. That's even worse. Do they even... Oh, this one's the D15 and that one's the U14. Okay, so green is the U14S and orange is that other one. So... What is this? Oh, this is gaming. See, this... I don't know if this is correct. I don't think these... I don't really know if these temperatures are correct. Because, first of all, the 7950X does not run at 95C while gaming. Like, you guys have seen me game, and I use the 7950X... and it's never at 95C while gaming. So I don't know where they're getting these numbers. I don't think the Intel would run that hot either. So what I would expect to see is what these results show. Like typically what I see is like I'm in the low 70s. So like the 73 for the X3D, that makes sense. 75-ish for the, upper 70s, mid 70s for the 13900K is what I see personally. So I don't know why they're seeing these numbers. And I'm using air. Like I'm literally using air. I'm using a D15 on all my CPUs and I don't see these temperatures while gaming. So I don't know what these results are. I can get these numbers if I start running like Cinebench and those sort of things. But I don't get these numbers while gaming, so I don't really agree. See, the thing is, techpowerup went and screwed this up because they adjusted the temperature limit. So I think these tests are kind of invalid. It's mostly U14S being tested. Why don't you water cool? Because I don't want to have to deal with water. I know too many people that have had leaks or pump failures. Also, over a long period of time, water will eventually permeate through the tubes, so you'll end up with more air pockets. You'll end up with larger air gaps in the closed loop system over a number of years. So that means your pump will get louder, and no, it's just too much trouble. I don't do anything with liquid cooling. All of my CPUs are air cooled. You don't have to worry about leaks. You don't have to worry about the pump failure. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. You just put the computer on the floor, forget about it, and it is what it is. So I use the D15. So this is these are the results of the D15, but the thing is, I don't know if I can believe these results. What I can tell you guys, this is on a D14. This thing, the X3D, is a 7950 X3D is on a Deepcool AK620. You guys saw me do the build video. This Intel CPU is on an ancient air cooler from 12 years ago. And it works fine. This, the 750X, is the CPU that I'm streaming on right now. And this thing is on a Chromax Black NHD 15. So this one probably has my best air cooler. So If your heatsink has fan failure, it should still get air from the positive pressure if used. Yes, but you'll notice that pretty quick, and then that's easy to fix. You'll get a pump warning too if you plug in the pump header. Yeah, the BIOS will beep. It'll warn you, assuming you have the little speaker plugged in. Yeah. I don't understand these results, to be honest. But anyway, let's skip to the value and conclusion. Okay. A lot of these positives are the same for all CPUs, so they're just redundant. But the negatives, very high power usage, demanding cooling requirements. See, this is the reason why someone like me could never benefit from this type of CPU. Because if I just slap a D14 on top of this thing, I would never be able to benefit from the exclusive features that it offers. Like, I would not be able to capitalize on the extreme power profile that it has. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, it's super expensive. The thing is like over $700 for one thing. It's worse in gaming than X3D most of the time. Most of the time. See, it says right here, Ryzen 7800 X3D is a much better choice for gaming. They say only builds. Well, the truth is you can still do, it's not like you can't do multitasking on an X3D. High price, yeah, it's way too expensive. Highest boost on 2 cores only. So, you know, whatever. Only PCI X8, and then it also runs into the stupid problem that plagues Z790. Every single Z790 motherboard forces you to run your GPU at half the lane capacity if you want to use the top M.2 slot on the motherboard, which is the Gen 5 M.2 slot. We've talked extensively about this. This is why when Raptor Lake first launched, I recommended everybody buy a Z690 motherboard because that motherboard did not have this problem. And it's a platform limitation. There is no way around it. There is no motherboard that fixes this. The only thing that will fix this is a socket change to Arrow Lake. So that is the reason why this is a hard pass for most people, including myself. But you can get it right now at Newegg for $730. No thanks. No support for AVX 512. APO game support still limited. Okay, that's their little boost thing, but it's like if you're not on liquid cool, if you're not on like a 420 millimeter radiator, you can't have one of these CPUs because you'll unless you like throwing money in the garbage can. So that's pretty much what this is in a nutshell. Yeah, this is kind of like game mode for the 14th gen, or the same way game mode works with the X3D. That's basically what that is. The dual CCD X3Ds. So what I would tell you guys is this, to me, this is basically the Rocket Lake moment all over again in history. Guys, this is a repeat of 2021 for Intel. This is a repeat of 2021. Intel has basically taken the technology industry and like phase shifted it back 3 years. We are now living in 2021 again when it comes to Intel's product line. We just don't know it yet. So we are living in 2021. This is a repeat of 2021. And here's the part with paint, because now we're going to prove that. Where's paint? There we go. Let's try the black mode here. Let's see if this is easier for people to read, if this is more legible. So, and then we're going to talk about DDR5, but we're going to talk about we're going to talk about 2021 first. What came out in, let's just say the year is 2021. And we had What was the CPU? Does anybody remember what came out in the first half of 2021? Do you guys remember? Intel launched what? Do you guys remember? I'm gonna see if the chat remembers. Wait, what was I trying to do? You just found the channel? What PC do you recommend to build now? Probably. So, okay, we'll get to that. We will definitely answer that question on stream live. Let's get through this first part though, and then we'll get to that. There's a lot of different approaches that you can take if you're building right now, but we'll answer that question. So it depends on. What? Go full plumber? What? 5950? No, okay. Guys, what is 5950X? What? What does the 5950X have to do with... Okay, first of all, 5950X was not 2021, guys. That's 2020. That's already, like, beyond this. Intel launched 11th gen 11900K Rocket Lake in Q2. Well, we'll just say Q2. We'll just leave it like that. Intel launched this. Well, what was this? This was 14 nanometer. Now I gotta get the number right. Plus. Skylake, Cabby Lake, Coffee Lake Plus, Comet Lake, Rocket Lake. Yeah, got it. 14 nanometer plus. 5 pluses. This was plus, 14 nanometer. This launched in 2021. This is a 2021 processor. This was their flagship, the 11900K. It launched in 2021. A lot of people are like, wait, what? That thing was in 2021? That wasn't, like, people for some reason think that this thing came out like way longer, like way further back. No, this is a 2021 launch product. So, but it was so bad. It was so bad because what launched in 2020? What launched at the tail end of 2020? Zen 3. A lot of people don't know or don't remember that Zen 3 is actually older than Rocket Lake. It's older than Rocket Lake. And guess what? It's still on the market today. You can still buy an architecture, a product from AMD that launched literally in the year of the pandemic. 2021 was also the pandemic, but it was kind of like so the way I remember history, both of these years, those who have subscribed to my channel and watched my live streams for a long time, you guys know we use the phrase the dark times. This was the dark times. This was the time when you couldn't buy a graphics card unless you wanted to pay, like $2,000 for an RTX 3080 or or $900 for a 3080 Ti, or no, a 3060 Ti, or $800 for a 6700 XT or some ridiculous number like that. No joke, that's how much money you had to spend in 2021 if you wanted to buy these graphics cards. Unless you did like Newegg Shuffle and paid for a motherboard you didn't need or a power supply that you weren't going to use and try to sell it off separately or whatever. Like it was weird. We call it the dark times. Zen 3 is older than Rocket Lake. So remember that. Zen 3 is older than Intel's 11th gen. So why am I saying that 2024, when it comes to Intel specifically, 2024 is a repeat of 2021. 11900K has AVX 512. Yes, it does. You are correct. You are correct. AVX 512 was its claim to fame. But we'll just kind of, that's kind of an anecdotal note here. So why is 2024 a repeat? Because what else did Intel launch in 2021? What launched in 2021? Specifically, what launched in November of 2021? So it was at the end of the year. Intel launched 12th gen. And with it, it was the first DDR5 capable CPU. Now, it was also DDR4 capable, but it was the first DDR5 capable CPU. This is when people learned that DDR5 takes longer to post because the training algorithm takes longer to complete versus DDR4. But very few people bought into DDR5 at the time because DDR5 in 2021 was extremely expensive to the point where it was cost prohibitive. So what would end up happening was a lot of people that bought Alder Lake actually kept their DDR4 and bought a DDR4 motherboard, a Z690 chipset. And this was their first Intel 7 process node. So those are kind of like the new things about it. But they took away, actually, fun fact, the first batch of Alder Lake included AVX 512. Like if you bought Alder Lake at launch, like I did, like because I have Alder Lake, and I have Rocket Lake, but that's kind of separate. If you bought Alder Lake on launch, like I did, you would have AVX 512. And the way you would turn it on was you would go into the BIOS and you would disable all the E-cores. And by turning off the E-cores, that would automatically flip some flag, some register in the BIOS saying, hey, there are no E-cores here. We can run full AVX 512 now. And it worked for the first few months until Intel basically had all the motherboard manufacturers update the BIOS to disable that flag so you could not run AVX 512 anymore. So they really just took it away. Intel literally took, they giveth and then they taketh. They took it away from those who had Alder Lake. And then it got to the point where the newer batches from the factory, they literally fused off, they literally mutilated the CPU. They cut off the part that could do AVX 512. So that even if you use an older BIOS, unless you had a launch batch of Alder Lake, you couldn't use AVX 512. They forcefully confiscated it away from the public. So, and that didn't really sit well with some people. Like I guess enthusiasts that really wanted AVX 512, they weren't happy. So basically, if you wanted AVX 512, you had to go with Rocket Lake, the older generation, which was on Z590. So, yeah. So why am I saying that we are living in 2021 all over again? Is because we are going to see a double launch scenario from Intel this year. So now let's talk about 2024. So that was 2021, now 2024. So here we are at the beginning of 2024. Intel launched 14th gen 14900KS. Raptor Lake Plus. This is their Intel 7 plus, I guess. Yes, plus. So this is still Z790, and it still doesn't have AVX512, although that's not really super relevant right now. But basically, we're going to go into this year, and the next processor that we're going to see is going to actually be an AMD processor. It's going to be AMD launches Zen 5. I literally put a 3 there. Zen 5. Now, I don't know what the official product name is going to be, but I would assume probably 9950X is probably going to be 9000 series. Unless they do, I don't think they're going to do 8000 because 8000 is already kind of the mobile thing, like the 8700G, which is a lot like Renoir and what was the other one? I think it's going to be 9000. So this thing is coming. This thing's going to be on, I think it's going to be TSMC 4 nanometer. I'm going to guess. I'm just straight guessing, guys. I'm just straight guessing. But the next CPU that we're going to see this year is going to be AMD's Zen 5. And it's going to include the X870E and all the other derivatives. Since that's the... No, I think it's going to be 9000. I think it's going to be 9000 because we already got... So technically, we already got AMD 8700G. That launched like before the 14900KS. So technically, we already got those. So no, I think it's going to be... Because that was Zen 4 Plus. So I think we're going to get Zen 5 on a newer number. And then later this year, because you do know this is not allowed. That's not allowed. Intel won't allow like this to happen, and then it's like, oh, this comes out and it's like the best CPU. We can't have that. Because that's exactly what happened back in 2022. Zen 4 came out, and then 13th gen came out, like right after it. So, last launch we had the double 7000, although there was the X3D, and then I guess 14th gen was the answer to the X3D. So, it definitely is going to be a leapfrog. So, the leapfrog is coming at the end of this year. Intel launches Arrow Lake. 15th gen is coming. Okay, so just to kind of clarify something on Zen 5C. So C, all right. Zen 4C exists in something called Bergamo. The C, so for those that don't know what that means, the C stands for cloud. Cloud, like the character from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Cloud. Zen 4C means cloud. It's basically Zen 4 for cloud scale servers. So the Bergamo Zen 4C based CPU is an EPYC CPU. And it features 128 cores, 256 threads. And those are all Zen 4C based cores. So Zen 5C is basically just going to be the next generation of Bergamo. That's all that is. I don't currently know what the name of Zen 5C is, but I can tell you what Zen 4C is, and that's basically what it is. So that's cloud-based. If they put that in the consumer market, that is kind of like an E-core, but not exactly, because it's technically still the exact same architecture. Because see, the thing is, Zen 4 and Zen 4C are still fundamentally the same core architecture. The cloud one is a little bit smaller. That way they're able to pack more of them in there. So it is kind of like big core, little core. You can kind of think of it that way, but remember, keep in mind that the cloud-based Zen 4 or Zen 5 is not the same as an Intel E-core. An Intel E-core is much, much smaller than an Intel P-core. Yes. The cloud core Zen is a fully capable core, unlike the E-core. That is correct. Yes. So keep this in mind, guys. A Zen 4C can still handle two operations simultaneously, which means it's like it has SMT. So if you have one Zen 4C core, that means it is a one core, two thread processor. Now that is different from Intel, because if you take an Intel E-core, one E-core can only do one operation. So it's one core, one thread. There is no hyperthreading with an E-core. So there is a difference there. So keep that in mind. But not unified L3. Yeah, that's the difference. But that's because it's not really needed for those cloud applications. So, but yeah, that's what Zen 4C is, or that's what the C stands for. That's cloud. So you would really only see those in data center. I don't really know if we would see those in consumer desktop. I mean, I guess we could. If we do see like Zen 5C in consumer desktop, aside from that being like a Threadripper specific part, I don't really know what that would be for, because that would be interesting. I just don't know if it's worth even building that for consumer desktop. Jedi Master wants 9550X3D. Yeah, so that is probably going to be after this. So if you're looking for X3D, I think you'll see that after Intel's 15th gen. Although I could be way wrong. I could be completely wrong, but I would assume it would be like this. I think that 2024 will play out a lot like 2021 for Intel, but at the same time, it can also kind of play out a lot like 2022 did. So I would assume this is what's going to happen. Now, I have no real, like, remember, guys, I don't have leaks. I'm going off of historical events and looking at patterns and the way companies launch products, because I have knowledge of how roadmaps are done. That's why. Now, I don't know AMD or Intel's actual roadmaps, but what I do know is how roadmaps work. I know how development cycles work, so that way I can make educated guesses on what is kind of the window of when to expect a new product. And that is the reason why, as you guys can see how I've displayed 2024, I've laid it all out here in front of you to see. Without knowing what AMD or Intel actually is going to do, I can predict with relatively high accuracy that this is how this will happen. Like, we have Intel's Raptor Lake Plus right now. AMD previously launched 8700G, which was basically Zen 4 Plus, which is basically a mobile part on desktop. So AMD is next up in line for a new desktop refresh, effectively Zen 5 based with a new chipset. So that is on track as far as I know, because if you look at when Zen 4 first launched, which was 2022, here we are in 2024, so it's time for Zen 5. It's just, that's how it works. You don't need to look up review, or you don't need to look up hardware leaks to figure that out. You can make an educated guess based off of, like, when was the last CPU? Okay, it was 2022. It was September specifically. So here we go. When is Zen 5 coming out? Well, if I had to guess without knowing, I'm going to say Q3 of this year. So that means anytime in July, August, or September of this year, I expect Zen 5. Somewhere in that quarter. And Intel, I expect to be in Q4. That means October, November, or December, we can expect Arrow Lake to show up on desktop. So I think these two are the ones to pay attention to if you're wanting to build new. So going back to the original question that Deborah had asked earlier, should I build now, like recommending either AMD 7000 or 14900K? Well, first of all, 14900K is a very specific CPU, whereas you mentioned, like, in general, AMD 7000. So I'm not sure exactly why you specifically said 14900K. So if you're going to list 14900K, then the alternatives that I would look at are the 7950X and the 7950X 3D. Those are the ones that I would consider. Now, having said all of that, since I just revealed the timeline, Zen 5 is the next CPU on the horizon. So if you can wait until the summer, you're probably better off waiting, because knowing that there's a new chipset on the horizon, which is probably going to have better wire traces with better impedance values and optimized for DDR5 to run at higher speeds more reliably, that kind of stuff, I would probably wait for AM5's next chipset and the Zen 5 CPUs. I would probably buy those at launch later this year rather than buy a X670E plus a Zen 4 based CPU and then having to think about buyer's remorse and then having to upgrade late, like shortly after Zen 5 comes out. So I would probably wait, but the problem is if you wait, you end up waiting forever, because if you wait for Zen 5 and you wait all the way until the summer, well, then if you wait until the fall, Intel will be launching Arrow Lake. So you'll end up waiting, and then if you wait for that, then AMD's Zen 5 X3D will be around the corner, most likely, or around the same time. So you just end up waiting forever if you just wait and wait and wait. So if you're going to make a decision now, I would definitely go with AMD. Why would I say AMD? Because if you buy an AMD motherboard today, you can still support Zen 5 and Zen 5 X3D and most likely Zen 6 on the same motherboard. Whereas with Intel, if you buy 14900K today, you cannot use Intel's upcoming Arrow Lake. It will require a brand new motherboard and the brand new CPU. So that's the reason why, if I had to choose today, like literally right now, I would go with an AMD-based system because I could easily swap the CPU out for the newer architecture later on. If not this year, then next year or the year after. So, but if you buy Intel right now, you are buying the very last CPU of its kind. No upgrade path. The U15 gen will not work with the Z790 board. So basically, AMD has a runway. Intel, this is a hard stop. So we're on the what is the word? We're at the inflection point in the industry where monolithic dies are at an end. This is the bookend of that saga or that era of CPU design. And now everything else going forward for Intel will be just like AMD. It's all going to be chiplet based. So that is what I would suggest. So I hope that answered the question. What do you think about Asus saying that AM5 boards have support for 256 RAM right now? Yeah, they do. Why wouldn't they? So the thing is, the thing is, the motherboards are only limited by the amount of capacity that the actual DIMMs can hold. So if they can double the density per memory module, they can get more memory out of those RAM sticks, and which means you can get more RAM out of the motherboard. So yeah, I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm running 96 gigabytes of RAM on my AMD system right now. So let me see. Here, let me show you guys. I hate doing this because every time I do this, it always like messes up the screen size when I resize it. Here. This is the streaming PC right now. So you guys can see, this is what I am streaming from literally right now. This is the stream processor. You can see all the drives. You can see the dual GPU setup here. So AMD Ryzen 9 7950X, 16 core, 32 thread. All of them are P cores. There's none of this E core nonsense. But here's the RAM. So we are using there's a 96 gigabyte memory kit in here. Speed I'm running is 6400 megahertz DDR5. We are running 2 out of 4 DIMMs. Now, I have a video, and we're about to change topics because this is a great segue, because somebody asked me last weekend while I was live streaming Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Somebody came into the stream and started asking about DDR5 overclocking. So this is a great segue to talk about DDR5, because one of the things that I expect to see with Zen 5 is an improvement to DDR5 memory, because I feel like the thing that most of the early adopter issues that were apparent at launch when Zen 4 launched was mostly related to DDR5 and having to educate a lot of people, a lot of consumers who bought into the platform early and were not familiar with DDR5, because that was the first time they ever were exposed to DDR5. And there were a lot of changes that took place with going from DDR4 to DDR5. But what I can tell you is, when I first built the system, I was running 64 gigabytes of DDR5 at 5600 megahertz. And then I upgraded to 96 gigabytes. And I could technically even go to 192 gigabytes. I have a YouTube video showing how to do that and what to look out for, because that requires 4 sticks of memory. But the original thing about ASUS saying that AM5 supports 256, yeah, they can actually support potentially even more than that. But yeah, that's essentially doubling the amount of memory per DIMM. So what was originally 128 gigs across 4, so that would be like 4x32. Now you can do 4x64, and that's what would get you your 256. But I've been able to do 4x48 for a total of 192, because right now I'm running 2x48. So JDEC had 256 RAM in spec before the boards even launched, just none of them. Yeah, it's about manufacturing. It really comes down to manufacturing. Looking forward to the review of the new... Yes, and we will be doing a lot of motherboard-related content as we get closer to Zen 5. So, I'm going to be covering a lot of Z870, Z870E, assuming that's what they're going to be called. And then also the B850 equivalents. Kind of like what we did for the launch of Zen 4. And also, we did cover Z790. Now, I wasn't too thrilled about Z790, mainly because of the whole fiasco about, you guys have no idea how many people left comments on my videos that I did for Z790. Like, they kept asking me, like, why their 4090 is running at X8. They're like, hey, I watched your build video with a 1300K. and I put my computer together, but how come my 4090 is only running at X8? I got way too many people like pinging me about and leaving comments asking like, how do you help? Please help me fix the issue. Like, why do I have X8 lanes on a Z790 for my 4090? Like, shouldn't it be X16? What do I do? And like, I would tell them there's nothing you can do except don't use that M.2 slot. Like, go use the slower M.2 slot because shit, there's nothing you can do about it. It's a platform problem. It's like a platform limitation, and people had to learn the hard lesson. So, because at launch, I kept telling guys, just get Z690 if you don't care. Like, if you don't, if you don't want the latest chipset and you want to save money on the motherboard, buy Z690. But, whatever. Like, we know now that Z790 has better wire traces, so you can hit higher DDR5 speeds on Z790 compared to Z690. But other than that, I personally feel like Z690 had the better resource allocation in terms of the lane allocation compared to Z790. I think Z790 was kind of a step in the wrong direction. But anyway, so X870E I think is going to be an interesting chipset. So let's see. They bring back, where is that? I'm going to have to resize that window because it's so gigantic after blowing up the taskbar here. Okay. So I did a video on 192 gigabytes DDR5 at 6,000 megahertz, how to run 2 DPC at high speed. And someone was asking me about, like, how do you do this? Well, if you watch the video, the settings are explained. The settings that need to be tuned to achieve something like that are shown in the 9-minute mark. Let me see.
I tried to load my original XMP profile.
So let me see. Yeah, so you guys can see 4 sticks of memory. This is DDR5. This is 192 gigs. Code 15 means memory training. And then once it trains, you got to go in and you have to change this. But anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is what I expect to see. And now I guess we need to clean a lot of this up. Let's delete all of this stuff up here. Or let's delete all of this. So, well, I'm going to assume that you guys understand the relationship between the memory clock, the U clock, and the F clock. This is the DRAM. So that's your DDR5 clock or DDR4 clock. U clock is the unified memory controller clock. And F clock is the fabric clock. Also, sometimes people might refer to this as the uncore. Although I don't like to use the word uncore for the fabric clock because that might confuse people because they see the U here and they might think that that is the uncore. But with DDR5, these are kind of the 3 parameters that you want to keep in mind. Like if you're trying to run, especially if you're trying to run 4 sticks of memory. Now, if you're trying to run 2 sticks of memory, there's a couple of things. So with 2 sticks of memory, it's all about how fast can you go. With 4 sticks of memory, it's more about how stable can it be while also trying to tune the timings and the impedance so that you get the best performance at high density. So if we talk about DDR5, so DDR5 is kind of interesting. DDR5, it's one stick of DDR5. You can kind of think of it like one DIMM of DDR5 is kind of equal to 2 DIMMs of DDR4. Not exactly, but it is kind of like that. This is an oversimplification, but you can sort of think of it that way in your head to give you an idea of how hard it is to run DDR5 compared to DDR4. So if I have 2 DIMMs or sticks of DDR5, that's kind of like running 4 DIMMs of DDR4. So think about that. If I'm running, especially if it's dual rank, if I'm running 2 DIMMs of DDR5, which in this case I'm running 2x48, that's kind of like if I was to run 4 sticks of DDR4 on a Zen 3 platform, like a 5950X platform or a 5800X3D platform. If I go up to 4 DIMMs of DDR5, how many sticks of DDR4 is that equivalent to? Like, let's see if the chat is paying attention. So do you guys know, like, roughly how many sticks of DDR4 is 4 sticks of DDR5 equivalent to? Hey, Jedi, so you're really looking forward to the review of the new... Yeah. You got the Aorus Master. Yeah, the Aorus Master is literally what I'm streaming from right now. Yeah, 8 DIMMs. 8 DIMMs of DDR4. So this is the reason why. So has anybody actually tried to run 8 DIMMs of DDR4? Have you guys ever tried to run a system with 8 sticks of memory? Think about that for a second. 8 sticks of DDR4. How many platforms supported 8 DIMMs of DDR4? Let's name some of them. 8x DDR4 systems. So let's list the platforms. So X79 was one of them. X99 was one. So 70. You said 7820X. That was Skylake X. That was X X299. That was X299. Yeah, that was X299. You know what? X399 was also that one. So was TRX. TRX40, WRX80. No, that's actually more. So, is it more? No, actually, hold on a second. No, that's not right. That's not right. Well, there was a name. What was the AMD one? TR4 or something? AMD, whatever the Threadripper 3000 was, which was not X399, because I have an X399. Threadripper 3000. Basically, all the Threadrippers up until the one that came out last year, which is the one that I did the live build on, those were all 8x DDR4 systems. So these systems ran that much, could run that much RAM. And the thing is, these systems didn't clock DDR4 that high. Like, you weren't running 8 sticks of memory. You weren't running 8 sticks of memory on any of these platforms above 2933 or 3200. STRX4. Yeah, I think that was right. STRX4 or something. Maybe. I guess that sounds... Yeah, I think that sort of sounds right. I think that sounds right. We'll go with that. So... what I can tell you guys, so on my old Threadripper, my X399, I am running, on that platform, I'm currently running 8x, what is that, 16 gigabyte, for a total of 128 gigabytes, on my old Threadripper 2950X. And you know what speed it's running at? 2933 megahertz. I'm running my RAM at 2933 megahertz, DDR4. All 128 gigs at 2933. So that means the more memory you have, and those are dual rank DIMMs. So dual rank, maxed out, the highest I can go stable is 29, maybe 3066 or something like that if I tried to overclock it. But 3200, it's not reliable. If I cut the memory in half, if I drop to 4 DIMMs of DDR4, I can do 3200 megahertz on my ancient Zen Plus based Threadripper 2950X. So that's pretty impressive considering that's only Zen Plus. That isn't even Zen 2. That's not Zen 3. And I can do 128 gigs, all memory sticks populated in the board at 2933 megahertz. So what I'm trying to explain here, or get the concept across, that if you want to run 4 sticks of DDR5, you have to imagine, or you have to think about what you can do with 8 DIMMs of DDR4. Because the speeds that you can do with 8 DIMMs of DDR4, that's kind of what the upper limit is going to be on DDR5. So what we should probably do now is kind of do an equivalent translation. So DDR4 to DDR, or I guess to DDR5 speeds. So let's take some of these JEDEC speeds. Like, what is the lowest DDR4? 1866, then 2133, 2400, 2666. You know what? Let's get rid of 1866. That one's like very ancient. So then there's a 2800. Then there's 2933. Actually, let's remove 2800 because no one ever used that speed. 2933, 3200. We'll just use this as kind of the baseline comparison, or the reference, I guess. So now let's look at DDR5 equivalents. So DDR5, 3600. 3800. 4400. 4800. 5200. And so forth. So actually, I kind of want to remove one of these. Let's remove that one, because no one really uses 3800. So these are kind of the equivalent speeds. DDR4, DDR5. So now when you guys look at DDR5 speeds, you think 3600 is the lowest. 3600 is the lowest. And we can show that here. In my video. So when I first post to 192 gigs,
so it's gonna come up.
Look at the speed that I'm running. I'm running 3600 megahertz on DDR5 right here. Oh, on the speeds you've heard of? Okay. But these are kind of like in my head, these are kind of like the one-to-one mapping, so to speak, that when I kind of try to think, okay, what is kind of the equivalent speeds? So technically I always think of 5200 as like 3200. But that's not always the case. So the reason why I like to use this conversion table is because these are the speeds that you typically see. So, okay, let me reiterate that. These speeds, specifically these speeds here, 2133 DDR4 and 3600 DDR5, these are the speeds that you see when you clear CMOS and install 4 DIMMs that are dual rank in the motherboard. What do I mean by that? That means if I load up 64 gigabytes of DDR4, if I do 4x 16 DDR4, it will post initially on a cleared CMOS. It will train and post at 2133. Sometimes, depending on the motherboard and depending on the CPU, it might even post at 1866. I've seen, I remember Zen 1, my old 1800X, my Zen 1 Ryzen 7 1800X, when I tried to run 64 gigs of memory on that CPU back in the day, it would post at 1866. So I think with the newer ones, it was like 2133. So the point that I'm trying to make is if you're trying to run 4 sticks of memory, because the thing is, there's a lot of content out there talking about 2 sticks of memory. 2 sticks of memory is easy. Like, nobody today should be having problems with a DDR5 platform if they're running 2 sticks of memory. The challenge is always 4 sticks of memory, especially 4 sticks of dual rank. So the DDR5 equivalent would be 4x 32 gigabytes DDR5. This is a dual rank DDR5. This is a dual rank DDR4. Now, I know DDR4 got more dense later on. In the latter half of the DDR4 lifespan, they did come out with 32 gig DIMMs on DDR4. But that was not very common. In fact, when I first built my Zen 1 build, I was running single rank 4x8 gigabytes. I was running 32 gigabytes of Samsung B-Die, G-Skill Flare X, the very famous 14-14-14-34, 1.35 volts, the famous G-Skill Flare X memory, Samsung B-Die. I was running 32 gigs, 4x8, single rank, DDR4. But we're talking about dual rank. Dual rank. And we're talking 2 DPC. 2 DIMMs per channel. That means 4 sticks of memory. Unless it's like 7200 plus particularly. Okay, well, we're not even talking about the high speeds, because those high speeds that you're mentioning, you can kiss those goodbye, because we're talking about dual rank 2 DPC. Dual rank 2 DPC is never going to be hitting speeds like that. In fact, they're not even going to go to 6400. So these speeds that I'm listing in this table, this is literally what you're going to be dealing with if you want to run a lot of memory. Like, you have to come to terms that these are realistic speeds, not 7200, 7800, 6400. Those are like fake speeds when it comes to 4 sticks of memory on DDR5. But yeah, yes, dual channel. Well, I mean, this is still dual channel, but high density isn't going to be running at high speed. Like, that's the one thing, because people keep leaving comments on my videos with the RAM videos that I've done about, like, well, how do I get it to run at like 6400, 128 gigs? Well, the answer is you're not. Sorry to break it to you, but that's not a reality. Like, that's called unrealistic expectations and a lack of understanding of how the technology works. So the upper limit of what is possible is like anywhere from 5,200 all the way up to 6,000 if you're lucky. 6,000 is kind of the upper limit of what you can do with like 128 gigs or 192 gigs of DDR5. And this is both AMD and Intel. Like, the thing that people don't seem to understand is, like, literally both of them, as soon as you go to 4 sticks of memory, they behave exactly the same. Like, they're both going to only be able to do, around 52 to 56. And that's the reason why, and that's considered an overclock. for both of them when you're running 2 DPC. So 1 DPC, Intel's max official spec is 56. 1 DPC, AMD's max official spec is 52. Oh, by the way, Intel's Alder Lake 12th gen, the max official spec was only 4800. So keep that in mind. That was for 1 DPC on Alder Lake. But in general, this table is a good reference point for understanding like what is the equivalent DDR5 for a given DDR4 speed. So and it goes even further up. Like if we wanted to, here, let's just erase this. Well, that's not a good way to erase that. Let me delete that so I can continue this list. So 3600, the equivalent speed for 3600 is 6000. 4 sticks is super rare now. 48 gig sticks now is enough for most. Yeah, and that's the reason why I'm running 2x48. That's why I'm running 2x48 for 96 gigs, because that's the easiest way to do high speeds without doing 4 DPC or 2 DPC. So, but see, these are the equivalents. So why am I using this as the equivalent? There's a reason why I'm choosing that, and it has to do with AMD. So, and it goes back to this stuff. That's the hint that I'll give you. So, the question of the day is why use 36 DDR4 and 6000 DDR5 as equivalent speeds? Like why would I say that? And the only hint that I'll give you, it has to do something with this. That's the hint. But this is the question of the day. You'd rather have 2 DIMMs personally and be able to do Expo? That's exactly what I'm doing. As I showed earlier in my task manager, I'm running 96 gigs at 6400. Because that's the XMP profile on the RAM. But the reason why I like to say 3600 DDR4 is equivalent to 6000 DDR5 is it's really because these speeds, so if we look at Zen 3, for instance, Zen 3 had a fabric clock. Zen 3 F clock equaled 1800 megahertz. To me, it was approximate ease running. Yeah, well, yeah, that's part of it. So, but Zen 4's F clock runs at, well, hold on. Is this what I want to say? No, I'm not trying to say F clock. That's wrong. That is true, but that's not what I wanted to use. I want to use U clock, actually. Zen 3's U clock typically can handle, is that right? Yeah, 1800 megahertz. Hold on. No, I do want to say F clock. F clock? Oh, no, well, let's just use U clock. Yeah, let's stick with U clock. I'll just stick with U clock. Yeah, and let's correct. It deals with the ratios. So Zen 4's U clock runs at, I should preface this, runs at up to 3 gigahertz. That's significantly faster than the old one. Now, the only reason why the U clock ran at 1800 megahertz was because back in Zen 1, Zen 2, and Zen 3, this is the DDR4 based AM4 platform from AMD, the F clock would equal the U clock. And both were kind of tied to that 1800 megahertz as kind of the upper bound in terms of stability and what they could run at. if we were to do the same thing, so in this one, this equals 2000 megahertz. But U clock equals up to. So what I'm showing you guys here, these are what I consider upper limits. These are upper limits. You can obviously run these slower, but you can't really run these faster than what I've shown here. So it has to do with ratio limits. So now this gets back to the memory. So when we say DDR double data rate, so this number is a doubled number of the actual DRAM clock. The DRAM clock is the mem clock or the M clock. And that is going to be half of your DDR rated speed in megatransfers per second. So if we're talking about, for instance, 3600 megatransfer per second DDR4, that is actually, if you want to calculate the actual M clock equals 3600 divided by 2. Because remember, double data rate, it's in the name. What do? You double the effective memory clock to get the DDR rated speed. So if you want to get the actual memory clock, you have to divide the DDR speed in half. So 3600 DDR4 divided in half equals 1800 megahertz. 1800 megahertz. Well, isn't that interesting? That number is the same as the fabric clock that Zen 3 can run at. So that means if I have F clock equal to U clock equal to M clock, all equal to 1800 megahertz, that means all of them are synchronized. All of them run at the same clock rate. They're all running in a 1:1:1 ratio. This is all 1:1 ratio to 1 ratio. So everything's synchronized. So what does that mean? Everything's synced. There's no buffering of data as it passes through the I/O, through the IMC, from the cores, all the way to the memory and back. So it's all happy. It's all smooth in terms of the data transfer and the flow of all the read and write operations to memory. This is the reason why whenever someone went to go build a Zen 2 or Zen 3 build, they were always recommended 3600 megahertz DDR4. This is the math. This is the reason. This is kind of the secrets revealed. So you could go with lower speed, but you were potentially leaving some performance on the table. Because if you ran the M clock at a lower speed, you're effectively decoupled from this 1:1:1 magic ratio. Because if the fabric can run at 1800 megahertz, you might as well try to match your memory to that speed so you can hit that 1:1 ratio. This was true for all of the AM4 CPUs, everything from Zen 1 all the way to Zen 3. Anything that was DDR4 based. That's how it worked. And that's where 3600 came into play. Now, the reality was only Zen 3 was able to do 3600 reliably. Zen 2 could do 3600, but you couldn't do 3600 with high density. With high density, you had to wait until Zen 3, meaning like if you wanted to run, for instance, and when I'm saying high density, I'm talking about this scenario here. I'm talking about 4 DIMMs on the motherboard. So I'm running 2 DPC. So typically with Zen 3, with 4 DIMMs, I could do this. But if I was on Zen 2, which would be like a 3800X or a Ryzen 5 3600, I was typically running around 3200 if I was running 4 sticks of memory. And if we're talking Zen 1, most people who had Zen 1, they weren't really able to go above 2933 if they were running 4 sticks of memory, unless they were really, really lucky or they had one of the newer Z or X470 motherboards, because X370 was not really that good with the wire traces, and a lot of those had weird T topologies which weren't able to really do 4 sticks above 2933. Now, I had a X370 Crosshair Hero, which was T topology, but I was able to get single rank 4 sticks, 32 gigs total, running at 3200 on an 1800X. But it was not easy. It required knowledge of modifying impedance values, which is something we're going to talk about a little bit later, because that is actually the secret method to run 4 DIMMs of DDR5 at higher speeds. Only 2 sticks at 3200 on the 3600. See, I think I was able to run, I'm trying to remember, I'm pretty sure on X570, on a Crosshair 8 Hero, I was able to run 4 sticks at 3200. And I'm talking dual rank, 64 gigs total, with a 3800X. But that required the newer motherboard. I could not do that with the older motherboard. So the motherboard does matter because your wire traces matter at that point. There's 3600 DDR5. I've seen more 3600 DDR4 than 3600 DDR5. 3600 DDR5 is kind of the base speed for DDR5. So what I'm trying to illustrate here, keep this in mind. These are equivalent speeds. These are the equivalent numbers. So if somebody is running 3600 DDR4 and they are going to upgrade to, for example, if someone's planning to build a Zen 5 DDR5 based PC later this year, and they're currently on, maybe they're on AM4. Maybe that individual is using a 5800X3D and they're running at 3600 DDR4 today. So they're probably curious, well, if they're going to have to make the jump to DDR5 when they go to Zen 5, what is the kind of, they're probably asking themselves, what is the DDR5 speed that they need to be aware of? Well, the answer is 6000. And that leads us into why that is. So let's break down why that's the case. So Zen 5, I guess I should not have deleted this last part, yeah. So Zen 4 has a fabric clock of 2000 and a memory controller clock of up to 3000. So that means that F clock and U clock no longer run at the same ratio, but they can. They could run at the same ratio, and we'll talk about that in a second. But for now, let's talk about U clock, the relationship between M clock and U clock. So there is this concept of gear ratios. So we can talk 1-to-1, but also 1-to-2. The 1-to-1 ratio means my M clock is equal to my U clock. But if I'm in the 1-to-2 ratio, or also people will often call this gear 2 mode, that means that my M clock is running at half, or U clock equals half M clock. Actually, that's not correct. Yeah, no, that's not right. What I meant to say is M clock is twice U clock. But the easier way for you to think about it is that your U clock is running at half of your mem clock. This is the ratio, but it's easier to illustrate it if I write it the other way. And I'll give you an example. If we take 6,000 DDR5, 6,000 is, what is the M clock for 6,000 DDR5? Well, it's half. So it's 3,000. So if we're in gear 1 mode, or this 1-to-1 ratio, that means, for example, 3,000 megahertz M clock equals 3,000 megahertz U clock. And keep in mind, this is not really megahertz, it's actually mega transfers per second. So we'll just remove that, or we could just say mega transfers per second is equal to 3,000 mega transfers per second. Actually, the thing is the U clock is running that fast. So they're the same speed, effectively. But if my M clock is... Hold up. I don't like how I wrote that. Let's just say 1-to-1 is U clock equals M clock. But 2-to-1, U clock equals M clock divided by half, divided in 2, right? So that means if it's 3, so let's just use the second example here. So if it's 3,000 equals 3,000 into 2, or I guess U clock, yeah, U clock, this is what I mean to say. U clock is actually going to be half of M clock for the second one, using this as an example. So if we're talking about DDR5, 6,000 mega transfers, your M clock is 3,000, but if you're in 2-to-1, that means your unified memory controller, or your IMC clock, often called U clock, is actually half of your mem clock speed. That is what people call, or they often refer to as gear 2 mode. Now, there's kind of a rule in terms of how do you know when you need to use gear 1 or gear 2. Well, it turns out that the upper bound for a stable U clock on Zen 4 turns out to be around 3 gigahertz. So 3,000 megahertz is the upper limit on what the U clock can do before it runs into issues with stability. So what that means is for this entire table, you can use the 1-to-1 ratio because the upper limit is 3,000, and this is 3,000 on the M clock. All of these numbers are lower, they're less than 3,000. So that is the reason why when Zen 4 launched, a lot of what we heard from the reviewers, which they were all just basically parroting what AMD told them, was they would say the sweet spot for DDR5 on Ryzen was 6,000. And the reason why they were using that number specifically was because they know that the upper bound of the IMC memory controller is 3 gigahertz, which you double that up, DDR5, it becomes 6,000 megatransfers. Please talk about ECC. What is it and why can't use it on retail motherboards? So we can use it on retail, but it depends on whether they enable it or not. That's the short answer. But it stands for error correction, or error code correction. It has error code correction built in for the registers. So, I mean, that's kind of way out of scope. I mean, I can do a separate video on that. That's way, unless we have time, I can talk about that later. But that is very, that's a niche within a niche. Although we are kind of already talking about memory overclocking, which has nothing to do with ECC, but yeah, some AM5 motherboards already have support for ECC. What I would recommend, look at ASRock, because I think ASRock, I know for a fact ASRock has ECC support on like the Tai Chi and like some of the other ones, maybe the Steel Legend. I'd have to go back and look. But I don't know offhand which one of the Asus or MSI or Gigabyte boards have ECC support, but some of them do. You just have to go and figure out which ones have that. But that is more for like that's more about like data integrity in terms of what ECC is used for. ECC is definitely what you'll see in the enterprise and the server world. Like for example, the Threadripper CPUs, the Threadripper Pro motherboards support ECC. But ECC, like there's a difference between RDIMM and UDIMM, and then there's the whole thing about ECC. Typically, RDIMM has ECC built in, but that's a different kind of memory. Like it physically has a different pin layout, so you wouldn't be able to plug an RDIMM memory into a retail X670E or even like an Intel Z790. They're physically incompatible. Maybe X670 or his master. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know if that's true or not. I would have to go and look up that info. But yeah, this is the reason why they tell you aim for 6000 DDR5. And the reason why they're telling you that is because uClock equals 3 gigahertz, and that is the upper bound. Some people are able to overclock their uClock higher than 3 gigahertz to, for example, they might be able to run 3100 megahertz. If they can get 3100 megahertz to run stable, that means they can run 6200 megahertz in Gear 1 mode. Any speed. So I'll just write this here. Use 1-to-1 for DDR5 up to 6000. Otherwise, for 6000 for speeds greater than 6000. There. That's the difference. Yes, some people can do that. Some people can do that. So that means they won the Silicon Lottery and their IMC is like really good. This is one of the key aspects though that we may see change with Zen 5. Zen 5 might change this. I'm not saying that absolutely going to change it. What I'm saying is Zen 5 might fundamentally change some of this aspect, because if Zen 5, for example, if Zen 5 changes F-clock, if they make F-clock faster on Zen 5, like for example, if it runs at 2400 megahertz, well, all of a sudden the ratios could go up. Like the numbers become higher for the same ratio. Now let's talk about high speed on 2 sticks of DDR5 for a minute here. So what happens if I want to run 8000? What is the significance of 8000? 8000 megatransfers on DDR5. Like this is the speed. This is a magic number for RAM speed on AMD, specifically on AMD. I want to call this one out specifically. And there's a reason why I want to do this, because it goes back to what we just talked about a few minutes ago when we're talking about DDR4 and the ratio. Now, think about what happens to the ratio when you run your memory at 8000 megatransfers. Why is 8000 such an important number? So for AMD, the two most important memory numbers are 6000 and 8000. Why are these two memory speeds significant for AMD? Specifically for Zen 4. All of what I'm telling you guys could change slightly with Zen 5. I guess 2003 to 1. You got it. Everything goes back to the 1-to-1-to-1. Or 1-to-1-to-3, yes. Because at this speed, remember, F clock is capped around 2 gigahertz. F clock runs at 2 gigahertz all the time. You might be lucky and you might be able to overclock it by like 30 megahertz or 33 megahertz or 60 megahertz, maybe even 133 megahertz. But for all intents and purposes, usually F clock sits at 2 gigahertz and it doesn't move. It doesn't move up, it doesn't move down. It's a fixed value. But what happens if you run your memory at 8,000? Now, the answer is here. The answer is given right here. For speeds greater than 6,000, we have to leverage this ratio, this gear 2 mode, which means the U clock has to run at half the speed of the mem clock. So if DDR5 equals 8,000, M clock equals 8,000 divided by 2 equals 4,000 is my effective M clock. But U clock equals M clock divided by 2, which means 4,000 divided by 2, which equals 2,000. Right there. If I'm running my memory that's rated for 8,000 megatransfers, I leverage Gear 2 mode. Remember, if you buy DDR5 that says 8,000 megahertz on the box, that means 4,000 M clock. 4,000 M clock. Double data rate makes it 8,000. So the real speed is 4,000 megatransfers. Now, Gear 2 mode, M clock, which is 4,000 divided by 2 equals 2,000. Well, guess what? U clock equaling 2,000. Now, F clock and U clock are equal to 2,000. They're both matching. They're both 2 gigahertz now, which means this almost mimics the same behavior of the old Zen 3 architecture. Not exactly, because M clock is still not, like it's decoupled because we're in Gear 2 mode. It's not one-to-one between U clock and M clock, but that doesn't really matter. The point is, now my memory controller and my Uncore fabric clock are running at the exact same speed. So what does that mean? What does that mean from a CPU architecture standpoint? That means that if I have data from the cores and I send that data into the fabric will then pass that data on to the U clock. Here, let me illustrate this better. I'm going to have to delete this nice little timeline that reveals all the launches. So the CPU is kind of designed here. Let me just draw the CPU. Do I need to draw it like this? Actually, you know what? Let's not draw it like that. So you got your cores. Let's say we got our cores. We got the cores, and we have the I/O die in the middle, and then we have our DRAM. Say we got 2 sticks of memory. There's my DDR5. But in here, I have a fabric. Fabric. Well, let's not use the word uncore because that might confuse people. So I have the fabric of the I/O die. This has F clock. Then I have the memory controller. This is the IMC. This is U clock. This over here is M clock. M clock sits over here. So just keep that in mind, because it's going like this. The flow is, here are the cores, CCD1, CCD2 if applicable, and I've got data flowing this way into the fabric. But then the thing is, it has to go to the IMC. Now there's actually something here. There's a little translator box. There's a box here that synchronizes the data flow between the fabric and the IMC before it heads out to the memory. Then it comes back from the memory, it goes back into the IMC, it goes back, and then it goes back, and then it just goes like this. So that's the cycle. Now, why do we need this box in the middle? We need this box in the middle because we have decoupled the ratios, because we're not running 1 to 1 to 1 all the time the way we used to in Zen 3 and Zen 2 and Zen 1. So we have to have this box in the middle that synchronizes the data flow. This does like a sync function. It basically synchronizes the flow of data. Think of it like a clock retimer, so to speak. So if F clock, we already know, is always 2000 megahertz. You don't change it. It's always 2000 megahertz. But let's say U clock is 3000 megahertz. Well, you might ask, well, why is it 3000 megahertz? Well, because maybe we ran our RAM, our mem clock at 3000 megahertz. M clock is 3000. That means the DDR5 is actually 6000. So ignore this. That's not there. So we have to synchronize the flow between the fabric to the IMC. What does that mean? That means that that little box in the middle has to require one of the two sides to buffer the data to wait to transmit, because the other side might be busy. So think of it like a seesaw or a weighing scale. Like if the IMC is faster than the fabric, if U clock's faster than F clock, U clock's going to have to wait sometimes. Sometimes it's going to have to wait. It depends on how efficient it is at funneling the data to and from the memory. So this is the reason why, this is how it behaves when gear 1 is active, like a queue. Yes, it has to queue up some of the write and read operations because the fabric is running at a different speed from the memory controller and the DRAM. That's the reason why. Now the CPU cores are going like really fast. Like this stuff is probably going up to like, 5.8 gigahertz or some ridiculously high speed if we're talking about like a 7950X or something like that. But that's kind of irrelevant here. So now let's talk about what is so magical about this 8000. Well, now if we're running at 8 gigahertz on the memory, that means our IMC is having to leverage gear 2 mode, which means it's half of the M clock, which is 4000 megahertz. So now the fabric and the memory controller are fully synchronized with each other. So they effectively don't need to queue up data. They don't need to do anywhere near as much queuing or buffering as they had to when they were running asynchronously. This is the reason why 8000, in theory, should be the most, or I guess the most optimal, I'll say the most optimal speed for this architecture, because now U clock and F clock are synchronized to the exact same frequency. And it effectively behaves very similar to Zen 3, where you wanted to run your memory at 3600, so you could do 1800 megahertz on fabric and 1800 megahertz on memory controller. So that is the reason why 8000 is the magic speed for the Zen 4 architecture, even though realistically, in real world scenarios, you don't really see that much of a difference, and the reason for that is because I guess AMD's engineering team did a great job on that synchronizer in the middle. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it, but that's the reason why you don't really see that much of an uplift. But in some scenarios, you do see a significant difference once you start getting around 8,000 speed. But this is the reason why 8,000 is the magical number. Now, if we do some hypotheticals in terms of Zen 5, we can try to predict Intel's memory controller has issues at 8,000. I don't think it really has issues. It's just a challenge getting it stable at 8,000. Although it is a challenge to get it stable on AMD at 8,000 as well. That's more because of the motherboards, though. But this is the reason why 8,000 is kind of the magic number. Let's do some hypothetical about the future here. So let me delete these numbers, and I guess... No, put that back. I'll just have to go with this. Okay, let's assume that Zen 5 changes the speed here. Because I'm guessing, well, I should not have even bothered deleting that. That can just stay the way it is. I have a feeling that Zen 5 will probably have F-clock running at a higher speed. I'm going to guess. I don't know if this is true, but let's just try to make like a hypothetical situation here. Assuming Zen 5 runs its fabric clock at a higher speed as a way to get better performance overall, because the fabric is technically the slowest running component because it's running at 2 gigahertz in terms of like what's the slowest speed in this entire data path. That would be the bottleneck, right? That's 2 gigahertz. So if it runs at a higher speed, let's say it runs at 2400 megahertz, for example. Now, I'm not saying that this is what it's going to do. I'm just trying to give you guys an example of how the newer CPU could be better than the older CPU. So if F-clock runs at that and U-clock is running at the upper bound didn't change, you know, like let's say the upper bound, maybe it can get to 32, or let's say it gets to 30. Yeah, let's say it gets to like 3200. I don't know. I'm just gonna guess. Like this may not even be true. Like maybe this stays the same. Maybe it's still 3 gigahertz. The point is, if F-clock moves all the way up to 2400, then let's try to figure out what that means in terms of the target magical speed on the memory that you would want to run the memory at. See, so if F-clock, let's just say this is Zen 5. Well, let's assume this is Zen 5. If Zen 5 has an F-clock of 2.4 gigahertz, and if we wanted to run it at synchronized ratio between F-clock and U-clock, so we wanted our U-clock to run at, again, 2.4 gigahertz, the same speed, so that we don't have any queuing and buffering and that sort of thing in the middle. If we have them fully synchronized together, what does that mean? That means that we're leveraging, assuming the rules of the DDR5 ratios still apply, that means we're going to be running in Gear 2 mode. So that would mean that our M clock is 4800 megahertz. So that means we would need to clock the DDR5 to 9600 megahertz on the DDR5. This would be the new target DDR5 speed that we would need to try to achieve. I'm kind of in the way of the 9600, but you guys can see that is kind of what it would have to run at if you wanted to run U-clock and F-clock at the same speed. So this would require more mature DDR5 modules. And we're already sort of seeing that in the industry now. We do know that somebody recently tested an 8700G, and they overclocked the memory on the 8700G. In fact, I can try to go find the article. Let's see. Yeah, there's two. So there's two articles actually. So check this out. Gigabyte achieves DDR5 10,346 memory overclock with the AMD Ryzen 8700G AP. Remember, this is a Zen 4 Plus based part running on a B650E Aorus Tachyon. So that is a 2-DIMM. That's a 2-DIMM motherboard, as you guys can see. I don't know why it doesn't zoom in when I want it to. But you guys can see the Tachyon only has 2 DIMMs. This is a 2-DIMM motherboard, which means these are the best motherboards for trying to hit high speeds on DDR5. So this is already kind of like a teaser of what is to come when it comes to Zen 5. Because if the Zen 4 Plus is able to clock the DDR above 10,000, and this is, keep in mind guys, this is on the older chipset, this B650E. This isn't even X670E or anything like that. Now someone else also did do 10,600. A pro overclocker achieves 10,600 DDR5 for a Ryzen 7 8700G with an Asus ROG Crosshair X670E Gene. So it's this right here proves that the example that I'm giving you guys using 9600 as the target speed, it doesn't sound crazy anymore when you see stuff like this. It doesn't sound like it's impossible to see something like that or expect something like that. So it'll be interesting. What I'm really curious to know is what changed, or what sort of changes Zen 5 brings to the table when it comes to the fabric. Because the fabric and the memory controller, and that coupled with the newer motherboard chipset, which will probably result in more reliable DDR5, higher speed attainment, I expect all of the above to be true with that newer Zen 5. And it looks like they didn't even do anything with like B clock or E clock overclocking. They literally just, that's what they did. But I think the fact that you can do this tells me that the F clock is probably running at a higher speed. I'll have to dig in here and see if the fabric clock. Yeah, but I would imagine fabric clock is faster on Zen 5. Because it was faster, like Zen 3, and I think Zen 3 and Zen 2 had a faster fabric clock than Zen 1. Because Zen 1 could never even do, Zen 1 and Zen Plus could never even do 3600 megahertz. It was really just 32 was the upper bound. So, yeah, I expect this to change a little bit. So what I would say is kind of like the target speed, the target upper bound on Zen 5 in terms of memory speed is probably going to go up. And if U clock changes, if let's say it runs at a maximum upper bound of 3200 megahertz, that means that 6400 megahertz Gear 1 will now become a possibility, and that might be the sweet spot for a lot of people. And I feel like 6400 megahertz DDR5 is going to be pretty easy to obtain. I myself am currently running 6400 megahertz DDR5, but I'm running mine in Gear 2 mode. And that's because it needs to be in Gear 2 mode because it's greater than 6000. So that's pretty much it. That's DDR5 in a nutshell. I think that covers it. I think for Intel, it comes down to IMC quality, normally needing 2 DIMM motherboard and ability to cool the RAM down. I mean, it's the same for both of them. It's really the same for both of them. Any opinions on DDR5 temperatures and cooling? This is more complicated than enabling XMP mode in the BIOS. No, not really. I'll tell you what I do. All I do is I turn on XMP in the BIOS. That's all I do. So my memory has a 6400 megahertz XMP profile. I go into the BIOS. I set 6400. I set U clock equals half M clock. So I basically do. Let me highlight it here. I do this. And I turn on XMP, and that's all I do, and that's it. It's that easy. You just got to know what your speed is. If the speed's greater than 6,000, you use Gear 2 for Zen 4. Now, that could change with Zen 5. Like I'm saying, what I'm saying is if Zen 5 increases the upper bound on their memory clock or on their U clock, the unified memory controller clock, and the fabric, if those go up, then that means you can use, Gear 1 mode, for instance, on a 6400 megahertz kit. So, but I think, like, for most people, the easiest thing to do if you're building now is just buy a 6000 mega transfer kit, because it can leverage Gear 1, for that 1-to-1 ratio, and just that's basically the same as 3600 DDR4. And you're pretty much set. Yeah, all those intermediate speeds between 6,000 and 8... Well, okay, I won't say all of them. But definitely, I would say the 7,000 megahertz speeds, like 7,200, 7,800, 7,600, 7,400, all of those memory ratios are a huge waste of money. Like, I would skip all of the 7,000 megahertz speed RAM, because those are just going to age terribly as time goes by. Because the DDR5 is getting better and better. It's running at lower voltages at those higher speeds, and we're getting higher density DIMMs. That's why someone earlier was talking about 256 gigabytes on AM5. Yes, that's going to be a reality soon. It's all about the manufacturing of these DIMMs. So, yeah, 6,000 is good. 6400, I would say from like 6,000 to 6,600 is kind of the upper limit of like DDR5 that I would consider purchasing now and today. I would completely skip 7,000, and once 8,000 becomes more affordable, I would actually buy 8,000. But I wouldn't do that until I get confirmation once Zen 5 comes out that these sort of ratios either change or stay the same. So until we see that in time, I would hesitate on purchasing any RAM faster than like 6,400. Can you put a 6,000 DDR5 stick in an Asus Z? No, you cannot. That is DDR4. DDR5 and DDR4 are incompatible. Even then, there's really good 5600 kits as well. Yeah, and the thing is, 5600, the really nice thing about 5600 megahertz kits, they don't run at the higher voltages. So those only run at like 1.2, 1.25 volts, typically. And some of the newer ones only run at 1.1 volt, but they usually have bad subtimings. So, yeah, it kind of depends. I have a 5600 kit. In fact, the first DDR5 that I ever purchased was actually for the Zen 4 launch, and it was an Intel XMP kit that I purchased for the 7950X, and that was 5600 megahertz G-Skill Ripjaws. 64 gigabytes. But yeah, DDR5, I feel like if someone's building now, I would stay away from DDR4. I would not get DDR4. Because DDR4 is so old at this point. To put things into perspective, DDR4 first came out almost 10 years ago. X99, Haswell E. That used DDR4. I would not buy DDR4 right now. I would not buy a motherboard that uses DDR4. I mean, I guess if you're going for like a really cheap build, like maybe, yeah, like if you're buying used or something, having to run the 5900X with the yeah, I mean, well, the thing is DDR5. See, the thing is DDR5, when the motherboards first came out with DDR5, first of all, DDR5 was insanely expensive when the 12900K came out. So I can understand why a lot of people didn't buy DDR5 for the first year that it was on the market. Most people who finally went to DDR5 did so with either the AMD 7000 series or possibly the Intel 13th gen CPUs. I don't think a lot of people bought DDR5 with the 12th gen because it was too expensive. In fact, even when Zen 4 came out, it was still very expensive. I think I paid like $400 for 64 gigs of memory. And that was when this came out. That like I probably would have paid like $800 for 64 gigs if I bought DDR5 when 12th gen launched. It's a first day B350. Oh man, yeah, that try for like 2933, I guess. That's what I would do. I mean, my X370 Crosshair 6 Hero could do 3200. But that was after like a whole bunch of BIOS updates. $5,600 mega transfer CL30. Yeah, the CL38s from G.Skill are gonna be, or CL28's gonna be 1.35. But like the ones I have are CL30, and they're 1.25 volts. Here, actually, let me go get my RAM boxes so I can read some examples of the memory. Okay. Here's a bunch of memory. I just whipped out like all of this stuff. So I can give you guys some kind of reference points on numbers for memory. So I think I probably overdid it. Yeah, this is too much. This is way too many different DDR kits. So this, let's just start with this one. This is, okay, this is some of the first DDR4 that I ever purchased. Corsair Vengeance LPX DDR4. This is DDR4 2x8. So this is a 16 gigabyte kit from Corsair. 3000 megahertz DDR4, 16 gigs, 2 sticks, so 2x8. I ran this with the Ryzen 1800X in the beginning. And then I got this, the most famous RAM. It even has the Ryzen badge on it. This is the Samsung B-Die DDR4 3200. There they are. There they are. Flare X, Samsung B-Die. These are DDR4 3200 CL 14141434 1.35 volts. This was the best memory for Ryzen. There it is, the 3200 megahertz kit. This is 2x8. This is 16 gigs. So I have two of them. So 16 plus 16, 32 gigs, single rank. G-Skill, Samsung B-Die. Best DDR4. But it was low capacity, so I eventually upgraded. When I went to Zen 2 or 3, that is when I made the jump to 64 gigs. That would have been this stuff. G-Skill Ripjaws. DDR4 3200 2x16. Cast latency 16, 18, 18, 38, 1.35 volts. This is the very cheap stuff from Micro Center. I have a whole bunch of these. I've got like 4 different kits of this stuff. Then we've got a 4 kit. There's like a 4x of the same thing. So I got like literally what is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I got 12 DIMMs of G-Skill Ripjaws DDR4 3200. It's a lot. 8 of those are in my Threadripper system. Or no, that's not correct. Oh yeah, that is correct. Yeah, 8 of those are in my Threadripper system. The rest of them are in a old 5800X build, I think. And I'm not even using my Samsung B-Die. They're literally just sitting in the box. All 4 sticks. So if I was going to retest like Zen 3 or something, this is what I would use. I've got some really rare AMD memory, Radeon memory. This is DDR3. This is 16 gigs, 2x8, 1866, DDR3. This stuff is the good stuff. This actually has AMP. See that? AMP is the predecessor to Expo. These, I think, are cast latency 9. Yeah, these are, you can see it says right there, Performance Series, Radeon memory. So this is DDR5. This is what I use with my FX 8350, and then later my Intel 4770K. This is DDR3 1866 CL 910 927 1.5 volts DDR3. Yeah, AMP was the predecessor to Expo. So AMP was AMD. AMP stands for AMD Memory Profile. I did a video about that. I think it was, I also talked about it on one live stream at some point. They only did it for DDR3. Then for DDR4, they didn't really do anything, so it was just all XMP. And that's the reason why you can use XMP DDR5 on Zen 4, no problem. Because, I mean, that's what anyone who was using Ryzen had to use. Here's more okay, wait, here we go. So this is the stuff that I bought for the Zen 4 launch. This is G-Skill Ripjaws S5 5600 megahertz 2x32. So this is 32 and this is 30, wait. Yeah, this is 32 and 32. So 4 sticks is 64 gigs. Oh, actually, no. No, that's not correct. This is 64 gigs. This is 64 gigs. So 64 plus 64, 4 sticks. That's 128 gigs. Yeah, that's right. 128 gigs of memory. This is CL. This is 5600. CL 30, 36, 36, 89 at 1.25 volts. I always go for the lowest voltage memory at the highest speed possible. So this is 5600 1.25 volts, cast latency 30. This is SK Hynix. This is very expensive. When I bought it, I paid like $400. So I paid like $800 on memory because this is $400 plus $400 at the time. The original price was actually $800. There's the $800 $799 sticker price. This was what people people paid this amount if they bought this for Alder Lake during the 12th gen launch a year prior. They don't make this kit anymore. This is like one of the older DDR5 kits from SK Hynix and G-Skill. Then I have this random 5200 Corsair. Wow, my Chromax key is like killing this. It's yellow. You guys can't really see it unless I do hold it at a weird angle. But this is Corsair Vengeance DDR5. This is Micron DDR5. So it's 5200 Intel XMP. And it runs at a very low voltage, and because it's Micron and it's low speed, but it's official max spec for Ryzen. This is a 64 gigabyte kit, so it's 2x32. This is what I'm running with the 7800X3D, 5200 megahertz Gear 1 mode. But we got some really old DDR3 from OCZ. We'll skip that. Some old DDR4. All right, and then we come to the really good RAM. This is the best DDR5 that I've got for consumer desktop. I've got 96 gigs right here, 96 gigs right here. So if I was running all 4 sticks together, that's 192 gigs of RAM right there across 4 sticks. As you can imagine, the stream computer that we're using right now is using this kit of memory. And then the other kit is in the 7950X3D machine. And this is SK Hynix G-Skill 6400 Intel XMP DDR5 6400 2x48 CL32 3939 102 1.35 volts. So this is 6400 megahertz at 1.35 volts. And like I said, I want the lowest voltage at the highest speed. Why? Because the memory runs more stable, the cooler it runs. The higher your voltage, the hotter the memory. The harder it is to cool, the harder it is to keep stable. So that is the reason why I only go for no higher than 1.35 volts on DDR5. $2x8. Wait, what? Oh, there's a lot of comments. Didn't know AMP was a thing. I've had bad RAM for the Ryzen. It's Corsair DDR4 Vengeance. Oh, you can't do that. You got to do 2933. I have the exact same RAM. I have the exact same memories right here. I have 4 of these because I'm dumb and bought 4 of them for some reason. So I have a 16 gig kit here. There's another one that was somewhere. What did I do with it? The other one. So I've got like a whole bunch of these. So yeah, 3000 megahertz doesn't work on Zen 1, 2. It might work on Zen 3, but it doesn't work on Zen 1 and 2. That's because for some reason, that specific memory ratio is incompatible with Ryzen. So you have to set the memory to 2933. Now, unless you have a gigabyte motherboard, because I know someone who bought not Corsair LPX, it was G-Skill Trident Z, and it was DDR4 3000. And he runs that with a Ryzen 5 5600X. And he is able to run 4 sticks of that RAM at 3000 megahertz for a total of, I think, 32 gigs. Yeah, 32 gigs. 32 gigs. 4x8 at 32 gigs at 3000, but that's because he's using a gigabyte motherboard. So it depends on the motherboard, and you have to be on Zen 3. Otherwise, you can't do 3000. You can do 3200, and you can do 2933, but you can't do 3000 on Zen 1 or 2. 3600 CL14, 1.45 volt. 1.45 volt? That seems a bit high. I think 1.35 is like the max. Oh, but you're on 36? Yeah. Yeah, 3600? For the Ryzen 3 system. 2933 is pretty hard to get on the MSI B350 Tomahawk with 4 DIMMs. Yeah, those B350 and X370 did not age well. Yeah, those motherboards really did not age well. Even my 3800X has a hard time doing 4 DIMMs, 64 gigs across 4 sticks on a X370 Crosshair Hero. So, but as soon as I go to like a X570, problems go away instantly. So it's because of those weird like T topology setups that they did with the wire traces. That's the reason why it's yeah. Yeah. But my Threadripper is running like literally like all of this G-Skill. Like you guys see all this right here? Look at this. 2, 4, 6, and we got like 8 sticks of memory, 8 sticks of DDR4. All of this is running at 2933 with my MSI X399 Meg Creation with a 2950X. 128 gigs of memory. That's 128 gigs of memory on my Threadripper system. My old 2950X system, which has now become my Linux PC. Because I was thinking to myself, a couple months back, I used to use the you guys saw the live build. I did a live stream when I built the 7800X3D. I built a Linux PC with a 7800X3D, and then I was like, man, I like never game on Linux, so this is such a waste for the 7800X3D. So what I did was like, you know what? I'm gonna put my Linux. I moved the Linux M.2 drive into my old Threadripper computer and gave that thing a reason to exist again. So now my Linux system is my old Threadripper 2950X, and then I turned the 7800X3D into like a gaming benchmark PC for like making videos with like GPU stuff. So which I think is a better use of it. Where do I find all those clock speed info before I purchase DIMMs to ensure stability? From the website. You would go to the website where you're going to buy the RAM. Typically, that's going to be Newegg. If you're buying like RAM, you're probably going to be buying from Newegg. Unless you're not able to buy from Newegg for some reason. Let's give you an example. Oh man, this memory is so expensive now because you can't actually buy it from Newegg right now. But here's an example. This is not actually for sale by Newegg right now. But check this out. This is the memory that I am running right now. Like, I personally am running the memory. Here is the box. This is what is in my 750X PC that we're streaming from right now. This is an XMP kit. It says 200, designed for Z690. I don't care. I'm running it on X670E because I'm a rebel and I know it's going to work because I know what I'm doing. And I've been using this. I bought this RAM probably almost a year ago now. So I've been using it for about a year. Or maybe a little bit more than a year. Yeah, I think it's been more than a year now. And it's been rock solid stable with the AMD system. It's 1.35 volts. This is not what I was trying to show you, though. Like, I don't know why. Okay, look, check it out. 96 gigs, 2x48, 6400 cast latency, 32. Here it is. 32, 39, 39, 102. I would not buy this from here because this is not available. Like, it's sold by a third party. So I'd rather just buy it from Newegg because I don't know, like, what their shipping policy is, return policy, all that stuff. I don't want to deal with this. So yeah, I'd probably look for like a newer kit. But that's what I'm using. DDR4 is still pretty cheap, guys. Well, that's 32 gigs, though. Yeah, that's still cheap. Here's some Expo. But, like, it depends on what you're looking for. Like, I mean, this is the thing. I would go for the most memory on 2 sticks, possibly, that you can get. Like, okay, let's check this out. What is this 256? What is this? Oh, wow. You can get 8 sticks. And this is DDR4. Wow, man. I could put this in my Threadripper 2950X system, but it's probably not going to run that fast. It's probably only going to do no better than 2933, if that, because this is a lot of density. But yeah, no, that's too much. How about 96 gigs? What do they got? Okay, here's the Newegg ones. This is what I've got. Okay, and then they actually have it in stock from Newegg. Okay, so this is exactly what I'm running. Let me make sure. Let me read the model number. 6400 J32. Yep, 39 F48 GX2-TZ5RK. Yeah, this is the exact same kit that I'm using. I have 2 of them right here. So, 1.35 volts. Why 1.35 volts? Because it doesn't run hot. I don't have to worry about airflow too much. And it's running at 6400. So, Intel XMP. Yeah. I'm hoping that there's more Expo kits once Zen 5 comes out, because it's kind of weird. Like, there's only like Intel XMP for the higher density and the higher speeds. Like, I don't understand why there's no Expo profile. Oh wait, hold up. What's this? Here's an Expo. Flare X is Expo. But see, this one is like a Micron kit. This is pretty cool though. Like, if you don't care about speed, like if you're just building like a budget workstation, this is really good, because this is 96 gigs of Micron. This is Micron. This is not SK Hynix. I mean, it could be Samsung, but it's probably Micron. Well, I don't know. G.Skill doesn't really do a lot of Micron, so it might be Samsung. But 1.25 volts, that's very good voltage. That's very good density. And that's an okay speed, because that's technically faster than what Ryzen officially supports. But you could run this in Gear 1, no problem. You won't run lower than 64. Yeah, well, I agree. I think 48 is kind of the new... No, I would say 32 is the minimum. 48 and 64 is kind of like that recommended. And then if you're like me and you're a power user, 96 or more. 96 is the most cost effective for like a two stick operation though. That's why. But here's the thing, guys. There's a reason why 48 is the magic number. 48 is the magic number, and here is why. That's why. This is the magic kit. And I've talked about this memory. This is the unicorn memory. This is the magical memory. Like, if you want to go fast, and if you've got a 2-DIMM motherboard, and you want that RAM to go fast, this is the memory. Because this is 8000. Remember what I was talking about earlier about Zen and the fabric clock and the U clock being equal? If you want to run U clock equals F clock, you're going to want 8000. But good luck, because the motherboard becomes the bottleneck in terms of trying to figure out if you can run it stable at this speed. Because the wire traces become the determining factor, not so much the CPU. So, but here we go. 8000, 40, 48, 48, 128. But get this, 1.35 volts. That is the magic. That's it. 8,000 at only 1.35 volts. At a cool 1.35 volts, this thing can run 8,000 all day. That is why this is the magic RAM, because it's not that dinky 32 gigabytes. It's 48 gigabytes. So it's still giving you more memory than like that bottom 32 gigabyte, bottom of the barrel capacity. But it's also giving you that F clock equal U clock synchronized ratio. So no queuing, no buffering. It's just smooth data transfer. So I have been tempted to buy this like 3 or 4 times throughout the course of last year. But because we're getting closer to Zen 5, I'm just going to wait it out. I'm just going to wait until Zen 5 because I know better memory's on the way, faster memory's on the way, lower voltages on the way, higher density, you name it, all that's good stuff. And you know me, I've been running 96 gigabytes for over a year now. I don't want to downgrade myself to 48 gigabytes. So I'm just going to wait it out. We're not talking about Threadripper. We're talking about Zen 4. This RAM doesn't work on Threadripper. Will that G-Skill work? Oh, wait. Never mind. Hold on. Will the G-Skill work on both Intel and Threadripper? How do you know which... This memory is DDR5 memory, UDIM memory, not RDIM. This memory works on the following CPUs. Ryzen 7000, Intel 13th generation, Intel 14th generation. I just turned it upside down. AMD X3D 7000 series. AMD 8000 series APU. And the only caveat is you have to, if they're going to do it on Intel, 12th gen Intel, 13th gen Intel, 14th gen Intel, all support this memory. All AMD 7000 and 8000 series CPUs support this memory. For Intel, you must have a DDR5 motherboard, otherwise it will not work. If you have a DDR4 motherboard on Intel, this will not work. It will not fit. If you have Threadripper, this will not work because Threadripper does not use UDIM memory. It uses RDIM memory. So those are the things. Basically, if you have a DDR5 motherboard, this memory will go in that motherboard. Unless it requires RDIM, which is Threadripper. Threadripper will not work with this memory because it is physically incompatible. There is a different slot. So Threadripper requires RDIM DDR5. This is the memory for Threadripper. So any of this stuff. So like, for instance... is this RDIM? Yeah, ECC. Yeah. Okay, ECC. All Threadripper memory is ECC memory. Is this RDIM? Hold on. What is this? Yes, RDIM. If it says RDIM DDR5, it is for Threadripper. This is for Threadripper. Even though it says Intel XMP 3.0, it is server memory, which means it works in EPYC, Threadripper, and Intel Xeon. So this will work in Threadripper. This will work in Threadripper. This is actually what I'm using in my Threadripper system. This exact kit. You guys saw me do the live build. Yeah, this memory is stupidly expensive because this is the only RDIM memory that has an Expo profile that can run at 6400 megahertz. Typically, server grade memory doesn't clock higher than 4800. So the fact that this is running at 6400 megahertz at 1.35 volts is pretty insane because it's ECC, full ECC registered memory. And this is a really good timing. So this is SK Hynix in data center, which is actually really, really rare. Most memory for server is usually Samsung or Micron. Because SK Hynix is more of that premium, like it is... It is, yeah, it's the stuff that clocks higher, and you don't really see high-speed memory in data center. I didn't even run out of the 16 gigs even when you had a zero swap file. Yeah, but all this stuff is the memory for, wait, they have a 192 now? What? They have a 192? They got 4x48. Okay, well, that's cool. I mean, like, if I was going to buy more memory for Threadripper, I'm never going to have to upgrade the memory for my Threadripper system for, like, a long time. Because 128 gigs is way more than enough for what I use with that computer. And if I was going to actually upgrade the capacity, I would not buy super expensive memory anymore. Like, I would probably buy the cheapest, like, plain Jane green colored, like, something like this. I would get the cheapest thing, the highest density possible at, like, JDEC 4800 or something. Because, yeah. I don't really need high speed for what I'm doing on Threadripper. I mean, even with the gaming, it doesn't really matter. Do you think with the new Zen 5 coming out? Well, it's not the fall, it's the summer, but will be faster than your 32-core Threadripper build? Faster in what way? In terms of multi-thread? No. No, it won't. Well, I don't have a 32. First of all, I don't have a 32 core. I have a 24 core Threadripper. But yeah, RK has a 32 core. So, do I think it'll be faster? Well, in single thread, yes. It'll definitely be faster. In multi-thread, probably not. No, I expect my Threadripper to still be faster in multi-thread. Because we're talking about 48 threads. So my Threadripper system is a 24 core, 48 thread machine. So I have Threadripper 7960X. This one. So this is what my Threadripper system is. It's 24 core, 48 thread. So if we're talking multi-thread, 48 threads, I don't think there's a consumer desktop that's going to be beating 48 threads in multi-thread workloads. In single-thread workloads, yes, because it's going to be Zen 5 versus Zen 4. This Threadripper is a Zen 4-based architecture in terms of the core. So yeah, it definitely will be better than this in gaming. In fact, all the X3D CPUs are already better than this in gaming. Even on the same generation. So, but in productivity, no. Threadripper should still be better. There's a couple of differences, too, to keep in mind. Like, Threadripper also has quad-channel memory. Whereas Ryzen on desktop, and also Intel on desktop, they only have dual channel. They only have an A channel and a B channel. Threadripper has an A, a B, a C, and a D channel. And if we're talking Threadripper Pro has 8 channels of memory. So it's got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So, so it's not a really fair comparison because you're talking about a completely different platform that serves a different purpose in the industry. But you can still, basically, Threadripper, you can do everything with it. So it's like, you can do all kinds of professional workloads, virtualization workloads, data center-centric tasks, a lot of different things. I mean, you can also game on it. It's not like its gaming is that bad. I mean, the gaming on this is basically like gaming on a Zen 4 non-X3D, only slightly slower because this thing doesn't clock as high on single thread as your standard Ryzen processor. But in general, I mean, it games fine. I thought the L1 cache speed is what makes CPUs faster and not the threads. No. It depends on the application. Depends on how the application scales with cache, too. In multi-thread workloads, the threads is actually what matters the most. So that's why I don't expect anything that's very heavily multi-threaded to perform. Like, even if it's on Zen 5, I still think Zen 5 will lose to Threadripper just because it doesn't have the core thread count to match. I mean, even I have to go back and look. I mean, let me go find the review, I guess, that I did. Let's see.
Hey, YouTube.
Hold up. Let me find the... Did I do Cinebench? Yeah, so see, Cinebench, like... So, Zen 4 32 threads scores around 30... It's anywhere from like 35 to 38,000, depending on your power limit, depending on your cooling. I'm using an air cooler and standard stock settings, so that's the score. Same thing with the Threadripper. Threadripper is using an air cooler, Noctua. Both of these are using Noctua coolers, by the way. So these are air coolers, and these are the scores. So you can see single thread, the AMD Ryzen is a little bit faster than the Threadripper, but the multi-thread on Threadripper is significantly higher. So just to give you guys an idea, look at this. Threadripper 7960X scores almost 52,000 in Cinebench R23. The Intel 14900KS that we just looked at with those reviews, that scores about 41,000 when fully maxed out with insane amounts of power consumption. So the Threadripper is still like 10,000 points faster than the 14900KS. Just to put things into perspective in terms of multi-thread. If we look at, I'm just going to skip through here. Okay. This shows thread scaling. So this goes back to thread scaling. So you can see at maximum threads, Threadripper in this 3D Mark CPU profile is beating Ryzen, the standard Ryzen 16 core. And then at 16 threads, where you're equal in threads to AMD's Ryzen, Threadripper's still faster. And that's because it's got more cache. So your point about cache, the more cache you have in general, the better. And Threadripper has more cache than Ryzen, and that's the reason why at equal thread count, it's equal. Now, as you go down to like, 8 threads, 4 threads, 2 threads, 1 thread, you can see at 1 thread, there's not that much of a difference. The Ryzen processor wins because its single clock speed is slightly faster. But as you go up, it's kind of neck and neck. It's like margin of error. But at 8 threads, which is typically where most games, the maximum amount of threads that games today use is around 8 threads. It's anywhere from like 4 to 8 threads. And you can see the Ryzen CPU is actually faster at 8 threads versus Threadripper, even though they're the same architecture. And that's because the Ryzen CPU, the average single core clock speed tends to be a little bit faster. So because the Windows scheduler will ping pong the workload across the 8 threads, the Ryzen CPU tends to be faster if you cap them on thread counts like that artificially. So, and then if you look at the gaming performance, see the gaming performance is actually not super different. Although one thing I noticed is that the AMD standard processor has better minimums. And then in Resolve, you can see the difference in terms of rendering speed. So, and this is a pure CPU render. This is no GPU assist. And you can see that it's just straight up faster because of the thread count. So, and then you look at the compression, decompression, it's faster. So, in terms of like how I expect Zen 5 to compare, in multi-thread, it's not going to be Threadripper. I mean, you can see the gap is just too wide. It just can't close the gap with a 16 core versus a 24 core. Even just a 24 core, it won't be able to match. So it's just because they're designed for different use cases. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for this stream. I just realized we started an hour earlier, and I did end up streaming for the same amount of, the end time still ended up being the same. So even though I wanted to keep the same duration and see if it was better to start earlier. Anyway, that is probably going to be it. All right, guys. Well, I will probably be doing a live stream this weekend for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We got lots of games coming out in the next week. A lot of games. We got Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition on PC. We have Rise of the Ronin on PS5. We have Dragon's Dogma 2 on PC as well. So expect to see all 3 of those games, not this weekend, but the following weekend. So lots of stuff coming up soon. So if you guys enjoy this stream, if you're new to the channel and you like these topics and you want to see more in-depth discussion on these and answering tech-related questions like this, and you like this format, feel free to subscribe so you can get notified when I go live. It's typically every Thursday, but I will also sometimes do weekend streams. And if you want to know when I'm live, make sure you hit that bell icon. And then for the regular videos, I am going to try to upload more videos regularly again. The main thing, though, is the Zen 5 motherboards. I am going to do a lot of videos on motherboards. So if you are planning to do a new build later this year, in the second half of this year specifically, either Zen 5 or otherwise, get subscribed to the channel because I'm going to be doing a lot of motherboard breakdown, motherboard overview videos. We're going to talk about them at like the component level. We're going to go over VRMs. We're going to go over the chipset, USB connectivity, PCIe lane allocation, resource sharing, SATA versus PCIe, all that kind of stuff, USB 4. So if you like these sort of tech-related topics, definitely get subscribed. There's going to be a lot of content later this year, especially because we have 2 new CPU launches on the horizon, and we have a lot of GPUs on the horizon as well. There's going to be the new Intel Battlemage CPU. There's going to possibly be RDNA 4 in whatever form it takes, and then NVIDIA's RTX 50 series as well. But that's going to be more so at the back end of the year. So hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you guys next time. Thanks.